Oh, say, little doggies, why don't you lay down? Lay down, little doggies, lay down.
It's not just what we wear. We are Cavenders, and this is how we live.
It's not a marketing gimmick. It's not a ploy. Your experience is seamless. I'm not moving anywhere that there's not a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm 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 a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
When you play one of us, you play all of us.
Playoffs have been clinched and the season is winding down, but for Highland Park, all their goals remain as they have a chance on the road to accomplish the first goal of every team, clinch a district title. It's the Highland Park Scots and the West Mesquite Wranglers, presented by Game On Sports. The Cavenders Boots pregame show is next.
When it's time to fall. John Robinson holds it in. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you love. We ready to live. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. Time is now. It's time to rise. This is our time. I ain't waiting on nobody. I ain't waiting on no one. I'm making moves. Watch me. Watch me. I'm making moves. Watch me. Watch me. I'm running loose. I'm running. Watch me. I'm running. Watch me. Oh, yeah, I keep making those moves. Watch me. Watch me. I'm making moves, making moves. I'm making moves, making moves, making moves.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Memorial Stadium here, Mesquite, Texas. This is the Highland Park Scots and the West Mesquite Wranglers. I'm Will Washington, filling in for Miles Dunklin. To my right, Coach David Clark and Jeremy Beedling. This is the Cavenders Boots pregame show. with 3 Dallas locations. There's a Cavender's near you, your headquarters for boots, jeans, and authentic Western wear. Check out the new JRC and Sons collection of handmade boots only at Cavender's. And Coach Clark, I will start with you. Highland Park coming off a really good win, 6 rushing touchdowns last week against Tyler. They're going to look to build on that here tonight in Mesquite.
Yeah, I love what Coach Allen said after the game. He couldn't remember ever a time where they didn't have 1 touchdown pass in a game. You have to go back a long way, I think, to research that one. But it was a great offensive game from the running game standpoint. The passing game was a little bit on the short side, and that's something they're going to have to clean up for sure tonight. And that's a good thing for both of these games, to last 2 games of the regular season, to be able to clean up some of those things that they've really had a lot of trouble with, and that's turnovers. And they need to protect the ball a little better, and it's going to be nice to see how this thing unfolds.
And Jeremy, you've seen some Highland Park games this year, seen a lot of good things. What do you want to see Highland Park build on tonight as they go on the road here in West Mesquite?
You know, we've seen the 3-headed monster in the backfield for the Scots throughout the season, but something that's really been interesting for me has been the progression of Brennan Storer so far this season. And I think we've all seen it. He's gotten more and more comfortable each game, and that's going to become really vital for this team come playoff time, because we know how much the quarterback deals into those playoff wins, you know.
So let's check out the highlights from last week's win against Tyler. Kick it off right here. We're going to see a lot of rushing highlights here, Coach Clark, as Highland Park dominated on the ground here at home. Starting with this play, Jay Cox taking it in for an early touchdown.
Yeah, nice pull there by Charlie Wilson to number 59 there, pulling through the hole, opening a huge gap for Jay Cox to slip in there. And again, credit the offensive line for a lot of that success running the ball. They just did a great job handling the Tyler High School up front. There's a nice sack by our man, Jack Curtis, coming through.
Here's another handoff here. Christian Reeves breaking some tackles, getting another rushing touchdown for the Scots.
He just keeps his legs moving, and you can just see he kind of moves the pile, breaks some arm tackles, and again, a good little crease up there in front.
Hurls the throw up here. Tip by J.T. Withers. Blake Bevins gets another interception.
You know, J.T. Withers is an interesting guy. Talking to his coach, Darren Eason, this week, and he just says this guy's always around the ball. He just, we've seen him get some deflections, an interception. I mean, he's done a great job just being where he's supposed to be. Here's a great run by Jay Cox, right? Just zigzagging down the field, and that was just a dynamic run.
Store handed it off again right here. This is Jay Cox again. Look at him. The same one. You're getting another angle here. Look at him break all these tackles, all these moves. He was talking about how aggressive he gets when he sees the end zone.
Yeah, he can really cut on a dime. I think he's really sees the field well, and he's able to make a nice cut.
You know, and the thing that we love about all these Highland Park running backs is I don't think I've seen a single play this year that they've gotten down on the first hit. Like, they keep on, like you said, Coach, they keep on moving their feet. They keep on moving forward. And I don't think they've ever been stopped just at the point blank.
Yeah, we've seen the 3-headed monster here, Christian Reeves, and the last one you just saw was Crosdale, and he's able to get one, and we've seen Jay Cox, and they've all had great games, and you really, they're very different, and yet they're very similar. They block well, they run hard, they can catch the ball, so really Coach Gibbs loves putting whose ever turn it is up in the game, and he knows they'll deliver.
And with all of these rushing touchdowns, rushing stats, no question the Scots want to build on that tonight, headed here into West Mesquite. We're going to show a graphic right here that shows all of these rushing stats from this past week to capture what actually just happened. And if you want to have a successful football team this time of year, that's exactly what you want to do. Look at these stats here. Christian Reeves, 100 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. Jay Cox with 3 touchdowns. Crosdale adding 1 himself. This is what you want to see if you want to chase a state championship.
Yeah, you love to see that kind of sharing the ball, really. And again, credit the offensive line. I mean, they just did a super job up front, and these guys ran hard, and they delivered, and it really paid off against a team that the offense really had to keep try to help the defense and keep them off the field as much as possible.
You're watching the Cavender's Boots pregame show right here. Will Washington with Coach David Clark and Jeremy Beadling. Coming up, we have an interview that our very own Miles Dunklin did with Jack Sides, former Scott state champion who played at Army and is now helping coach the Highland Park Scots. And these guys love having him help coach them. So Miles Dunklin sat down with Jack Sides. So we're going to show you that interview right here. And then we'll be back with more of the Cavender's Boots pregame show here from Mesquite, Texas.
Welcome back to the Cavender's Boots pregame show with 3 Dallas locations. There's a Cavender's near you. My name is Miles Dunklin here from my home in Golden, Colorado, joined by Jack Sides. Jack, thank you so much for the time, and really glad to have you here on the pregame show.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit. Looking forward to it.
For sure. Jack, a graduate 2016 of Highland Park, a multi-sport captain for the Scots. Jack, you told me you're actually Jack Sides the fourth, and you do have quite a legacy at Highland Park. And then upon graduating there in 2016, on to Army West Point, a graduate of there. So congratulations on your already impressive resume as a very young man here.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I am the fourth, so my great-grandfather through dad are all Jack Davis Sides. I'm Jack Evans Sides, so 3.5, 4, something like that. But proud to have grown up in Highland Park like the rest of my family.
Yeah, and we're proud to be able to call you a Scot and one of our own. Jack, tell us, as concise as you can pack 4 years, what have you been up to since we saw you last, since the end of Highland Park baseball in 2016?
Yeah. So to be as concise as possible, went to West Point from 2016 to the May of 2020 and played football there. Played all 4 years. Loved every second of it. It was the best time I never want to have again. Graduated in May of 2020, like I said. And then from there, I was a graduate assistant and coached the offensive line at our prep school, which is on campus with West Point. And then from there, I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for about 6 months for officer training school, if you will. And then after that, in July of this year, I moved down to Fort Hood, Texas, which is just a few hours south of Dallas, about an hour north of Boston. And now I'm an air defense artillery officer here.
Well, Jack, let me be the first to say, thanks for your service here, doing your best and spending your time, devoting your life to protecting our country. So we appreciate that. Now, if I can, let me pick your brain. Do you have quickly a really cool memory, if you have 1 or 2 standouts from playing football at Army, maybe a venue you played in, a particular game?
So not to sound stereotypical, but Army-Navy is incredible. I know people rank that usually as one of the top rivalry games in college football, and it truly is. It's hard to get to being from Texas, but I highly recommend anyone, if they've got a free weekend, usually mid-December, please go. It's like a Super Bowl. Celebrities want to be there. VIPs want to be there. The president's usually there. It's truly once in a lifetime of an opportunity. And then a little more specific would be my senior year playing at Michigan, getting to start and playing that game. We ended up going to double overtime and losing, but nothing beats playing in front of 110,000 people, especially when they want you to lose and you score and you shut them up. It's an incredible feeling.
Awesome, Jack. Well, you told me a little bit before we started recording here about the similarities to being a Highland Park football player, or really an athlete in any sport, the demands there, and what it was like at the U.S. Army. We've all seen the meme that became Jack Sides' schedule there at Army West Point. But tell us about how Highland Park prepared you for that.
I can't tell you how many times I've felt so blessed and fortunate to be able to go to Highland Park for every aspect of cadet life. And just to sum it up, mimicking essentially being a cadet athlete before I got to West Point. I essentially practiced it for 4 years being a student athlete at Highland Park, in a sense that our schedules were very the same. You wake up, you eat breakfast, your classes are front loaded in the morning. You go to lunch, you've got serious athletic obligations in the afternoon, and then you eat dinner, and you've got serious academic obligations at night, and you're expected to meet the standard in all of those. And academics aren't willing to bend for athletics and vice versa. So you might wear a uniform and you might be in New York as opposed to Dallas when you're doing this at West Point. But I'm being very serious and very literal when I say it mirrors Highland Park to a T.
And by the way, Jack, it's cool to have you with the U.S. Army uniform on there. Before you look like a stud. Jack, you lost a bunch of weight. Give us the cliff notes on what period of time, how much weight did you lose? And have you got any advice for people like myself trying to drop a few pounds like you did?
Well, you don't need any advice, but so after our senior year wrapped up, when you're an athlete at West Point, not just in football, but the linemen usually have to lose the most weight. So when you're an athlete at West Point, you're allowed to be at any height and weight and kind of physical measurements that you need to be for your respective sport. But as soon as that ends, you've got to meet the physical requirements the Army and West Point demand of you to graduate and commission as officer. So football is pretty extreme because, one, we're usually some of the heaviest people on campus, and then two, our sport ends with only about 5 or 6 months till graduation. So I went from about 285, 290 at training camp time to about 215. And I sit anywhere between 215 to 220 now. I did that from about mid-December to late April, early May of my senior year, second semester. It was, dieting's not fun. It's not fun at West Point. It is not fun anywhere, but I'm glad to have gotten the weight off. And then, like you said, had to buy new clothes, new uniforms, new everything.
All right, Jack. Well, congratulations on the weight loss and making the barrier and the physical requirements to graduate that as a commissioned officer there. That's a big
Thank you.
Making us all proud back there in the Park Cities. All right, tell us about, you've now got an association with Highland Park football once again. How did that come about? Tell us what you've been up to.
Right. So I should have mentioned that. I just so happened to be home in August, and probably late August. They had just played this, Highland Park had just played the Southlake game, and I love to use Highlander Stadium as a marker for running because it's exactly 1 mile from my house. So I finished my run by accident at the stadium. I ran an odd number of miles. So I finished at the stadium. I was walking around to cool down. I ran into Coach Leidner, the defensive coordinator, who was my baseball coach and football coach when I was in high school. Walked inside with him, saw the coaches. Coach Wells had just had hip surgery. And so him and Coach Farnsley essentially offered and asked if I would want to help Coach Wells in the press box because Coach Farnsley is normally in the press box. Coach Wells is normally on the field because of surgery. They flopped roles, and they asked if I wanted to help them at all. So I came out the Flower Mound game and helped him in the box. And then after that, we won. And so Coach Farnsley said, well, are you coming back? And so I came back, and I've been helping every Friday night since. It's been awesome.
Well, Jack, they've been undefeated since you've been there. I think you might have been a good luck token as well. And, if you choose to go into coaching, I think you'd have a knack for that, as the kids have been talking about how much fun it's been to have you around. Tell me, as also a guy that was is a Scot, left home, came back, pretty eerie to see how much things stay the same, and that Highland Park machine just keeps on rolling with some different names on the field.
100%. I remember bringing it up to Coach Wells after I sat in on a meeting pregame before the first time I was there, and nothing had changed. I mean, certain plays might evolve, certain schemes might evolve a little. The way they do things, though, is it's pretty much the same. And why would you change it? Coach Allen's won 4 state championships. He's got a good thing going. I wouldn't change it. It's certainly not broken. So not to downplay the role of the players and the assistant coaches by any means, because they're extremely important, but they are cogs in Coach Allen's machine. And if those cogs are working, everything's just fine. So, and clearly, because of the sustained success over the last 21 years, that just doesn't happen. It's incredible.
Undeniable, for sure. And like we talked before, not dissimilar to the U.S. military. When you have something that works, you keep the system going. This is the Cavender's Boots pregame show, your headquarters for boots, jeans, and other authentic Western wear. That's Jack Sides, My name is Miles Dunklin. Jack, currently down there at Fort Hood. I'm here in Golden, Colorado. Jack, we just got a few minutes left here, but I got to ask you about the current day version of this Highland Park team, and what you think. What you think of the 2021 Scouts?
So it's about 8 years removed, and I'm dating myself now. I'm having more older moments the longer I go on, but it reminds me of the team my sophomore year when I was playing left guard in 2013. It reminds me a lot of that team. So we come out, we had lost in the first round of the playoffs the year before, and so there was high expectations to bounce back. And we come out, and we were playing Aledo, and they smacked us 44-3. They were well-oiled machine, ton of returning starters, players. They're ready to go. We had essentially a brand new offense and new pieces on defense. And from that point, we got better and better. We didn't come out the next game. We played Monterey Tech, the team from Mexico that we used to play a bunch. We were down at half. Then we came out, struggled early against Forney, struggled against teams like Sherman. And no, not to knock on them or anything, but they're not Aledo. So you're thinking, all right, well, we're not playing Aledo, but we're playing these teams. We'll be fine. We struggled. We got better and better and better. Finally, middle of the district comes. We play Mesquite Poteet. They've got Malik Jefferson, another star receiver. I can't remember his name, but they're supposed to come in, win the district, finally take down HP. And we came out, shocked the world, won at Highlander, and then from then on went to the semis and lost to the eventual state champion, Denton Geyer. That reminds me a ton of how this team looked. Early, they played a machine in South Lake Carroll that just – they returned more guys, and they were ready, and they were more ready for the start of the season than we were, purely off of just personnel and returnees. We needed time. We didn't have that time. Come out, struggle against teams in other games down the season, and then come to this pinnacle. Everybody's got the game scheduled Rockwall. They're supposed to come in, beat us at Highlander. We come out, shock the world, and now starting to roll week after week. History doesn't repeat itself, in my opinion, but it rhymes, and this is eerily similar to that year.
No question. And Jack, I think one of the things that has been a hallmark of this current Highland Park era has been that improvement week after week. And obviously Randy Allen, like you said, his machine, Johnny Ringo, those guys at the top, that's what makes it all go in any organization. But those position coaches are so good at getting those little improvements as the season goes along. What have you seen from James Farnsley and Grayson Wells, two legendary guys around there with 35 plus years experience at HP? What makes them so special, able to get such good offensive line play year after year?
What makes them so special is, as simple as it sounds, they're really good at their job. They're very knowledgeable. They understand the game, and that's not just me saying it. I had coaches that from Army, when they had recruited me at Highland Park and came and visited, they were so impressed by not just Coach Wells and Coach Farnsley, but the entire operation, the knowledge that the football IQ that high school coaches had in comparison to the college level. Just the dedication to their craft, the knowledge, the willingness to continue to teach linemen year after year, and not just the best ones, not just your 2 or 3 year starter, your captain, really wanting to fine tune them, but willing to spend the time with younger guys and with guys that might be your 3rd, 4th, and 5th best O-linemen to make the whole line better. And that's one of the best things about Highland Park's O-lines is there's consistency across the board. There might be some stars here and there, but there's no gaping holes anywhere.
All right, Jack. Well, we really appreciate the time, and it's so good to have you back around Highland Park. And it wouldn't be HP football without a Jack Sides, or at least one generation of Sides running around out there. And we appreciate your service to our country and what you're doing for Highland Park football. And thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much. It was an honor and a privilege. Really appreciate it.
All right, there he goes. That's Jack Sides, class of 2016 from Highland Park. We'll be right back with more of the Cavender's Boots pregame show.
Oh, say, little doggies, why don't you lay down? Lay down, little doggies, lay down.
It's not just what we wear. We are this is how we live.
Since 1912, Vista Bank has proudly supported the Texas tradition of Friday Night Lights. As the winningest program in the history of Texas high school football, the Highland Park Scots know what it takes to win. Whether you're with the team, in the band, a cheerleader, or a belle, Vista Bank applauds your sacrifice and your commitment to the winning traditions of Highland Park football. Time to make your move, and we know you will because tradition never graduates. Vista Bank, people first.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Welcome back to the Cavender's Boots pregame show with 3 Dallas locations. There's a Cavender's near you. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark, Jeremy Beadling, as the Highland Park Scots get set to take on the West Mesquite Wranglers here from Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. And Coach Clark, last week, Highland Park with the win over Tyler clinched their Texas high school football record, 64th playoff appearance, which is amazing. Talk about what goes into an amazing statistic like that for the Scots.
You know, that is so great to, you know, chalk another one up. And one of the things on the board in the locker room is tradition never graduates, and that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. The goals are set early. You want to have an undefeated preseason, you want to have an undefeated district season and a district championship, and then you want to win the state championship. So, you know, the Scots kind of stumbled out of the gates, but they really have rebounded well and have been on a nice roll. And it's nice to get another district championship under their belt by playing a good game. It wasn't their best game that they played, but they really played a fantastic game to beat Tyler last week. And when you consider that they overcame 5 turnovers and won 42-14, that's pretty impressive.
And Jeremy, when you're in a program like this, you grow up, you watch these players, you aspire to get your chance. Talk about what it means to these players to get to take their part in this tradition.
Oh, and I mean, you go to Highlander Stadium, you look up on the walls and you see state championships, you see district championships, and you know these guys, whenever they're coming in freshman year, right, they're saying, hey, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy to put my name on the wall. I want to have my team remembered, and I want to be one of those years that say, hey, you know, back in that 21 season, that 22 season, those boys could really play. And, you know, you can tell how much it means to all these guys on the field to cement their legacy, to cement their team in Highland Park history, an illustrious history that it is.
You know, Jerry, just to follow up on that, you're so right, because Highland Park is got a small town community atmosphere and attitude in the middle of a big city. You're right. There's so many people that grew up there. They're back. They moved back in the district. If you look to that end zone side, you know, to the left of the press box, you'll see, you know, where the junior high and elementary school kids are, and they're all over the place. And they do exactly what you said. They aspire to be the Scots, and they wear the Scot gear, and they dream about the day then they're playing for the Highland Park Scots on Highlander Stadium. So it is really fun to watch, in that the expectations are there, the tradition is there, and these kids long for getting in that position.
And with that, one of the things that these coaches talk about, as you know, Coach Clark, is they break the season up into different segments. You have the non-district, the district, and the playoffs. So in order to make the playoffs and make a run, you first have to be successful in your district. So Highland Park looking for another district championship. Let's look at these district standings for Highland Park. And Coach Clark, we have to start with this. Longview with a very surprising loss last night, which changes this dynamic a little bit here.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that was a surprise to to a lot of us that Longview would stumble out of the box, and they really they did what they've been doing all year. They committed a lot of penalties, and they turned the ball over, and they didn't get a real big stop when they were trying to close the gap. And McKinney North played a great game, win 37-35, and really jumped them in the playoffs because McKinney North, they're done for the year, so they have the bye. Really, their district, their games are done, and they're going to be able to kind of sit back and watch and see what happens here on week 11, really, and see where they end up as far as the standings go. But what a great win for McKinney North, and we saw a little bit of how explosive they are when we were out there in McKinney's brand new stadium. So that was a big win for them, and a real shock, I think, for our district.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where we were talking before the pregame show. It's something that Highland Park really does really well, and that's play disciplined football, and that's something that Longview has not been able to do this season. Like you said, having those turnovers, having those penalties, it sets your team back. And I mean, Longview might be the better team. You know, they might have better athletes, but if you're giving your opponent those yards, if you're giving them those opportunities, a lot of them, they're going to get on it.
And one of the things that we've seen, especially these past 2 seasons, Coach, is we went to Longview last year, and that was a smash mouth physical game that Highland Park won. And Highland Park having to play a lot of these spread offenses, is they have to be able to win in a variety of ways in this district. You have the smash mouth style of Longview. We've got some really good quarterbacks that Highland Park has had to deal with. What does it take, especially from a defensive standpoint, to be able to play these different styles week in and week out when you're the big dog, you're the team that these guys want to knock off? It would make their season to be able to do that.
You know, that's a great question, Will, because I promise you, Coach Allen's not really doing anything different than he did 10 years ago. He's added a little more motion, a couple of different sets, but it really and truly, you could go back and look at a film from 5 or 6 years ago, and you'll see the same trips and doubles and one back, 2 back stuff that he's been running for years. I think you just got to be able to game plan. When you come up against somebody like Longview, who's going to line up with 2 tight ends and 2 backs and try to pound the ball, you're going to have to just be ready for it. You're going to go, in our case, we're going to go instead of from a 3-man front to a 4-man front. You may come with some 5- and 6-man pressures on that. The other thing that I would say about Longview is when you play that style of football, you can't get behind the sticks, and you can't make false start penalties where you're turning a 3rd and 2 into a 3rd and 7. It just is not going to help them. So they've really struggled in that regard, and it's really put them really at a real disadvantage.
So as Highland Park keeps winning, puts them in a good place in the 5A state rankings. So let's take a look at these 5A state rankings here. You see Denton Ryan at the top, College Station right there at number 2, and then Highland Park coming in at number 3. So Coach Clark, what stands out to you about this top 10 list right now for the 5A rankings?
Well, I really like the thought of next week, really, when Denton Ryan and Lone Star are going to get to settle that thing once and for all, and they're going to play each other. And those 2 teams are going to be tough outs in the playoffs. They're both going to make it. Again, Longview suffering that loss tonight, or last night, they're going to drop a little bit more. And some of these teams we really don't know much about. College Station, from what I hear talking to the coaches, is as solid as there is a team in the state. It was described, they're a lot like us. They do what they do, and they do it well. They execute well. They're disciplined. They're good on defense. They tackle well. I mean, that's a team that you might want to look out for down the road a little bit.
Yeah, and going off on that with College Station, I mean, you look at the score, 70-0 against Conroe Caney Creek right there. I mean, a bad team doesn't win 70-0. And stop me if you've heard this before. Coach's son at quarterback, senior-driven offense. That's going to spell a lot of trouble in the playoffs, right, Coach?
It really is. I mean, you go back to Denton Ryan, and Denton Ryan did that with us, and even talking to Longview again with Coach King's son winning that state championship in Longview. So it's nice to have that dinner time game planning going on too. So there's some tough games ahead. The Scots, that district, that district with College Station is really competitive. So the Scots first-round game, I mean, they're still not sure exactly who even one or two choices. There could be 3 different teams that end up in that 4th spot in the district if the Scots can lock up that number 1 seed.
And before we move on from this, one team that we haven't mentioned and that we should keep an eye on for the future, Colleyville Heritage. They are a really good team coming out of a really good district.
So you see some high scores in these as well. So going to have to be able to play some good offense to keep pace. But Highland Park's defense that they've been leaning on, getting turnovers lately, that's going to be really important for them. And, Coach, I want to ask you this because it's our job. We get to look ahead. We get to look at all these different scenarios, talk about College Station and all these potential matchups. But these guys tonight, they've got to stay focused on the task at hand. It would be easier when we saw the standings earlier with West Mesquite being a little bit lower to maybe be looking ahead. How do these guys stay focused on the task at hand and also use these 2 games as an opportunity to get better for playoff time?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Will. I was talking to Coach Leidner about that, and I said, have you looked at anything from College Station, for instance? And he said, no, I never look ahead. And he never looks ahead. He never looks at any film. I'm sure the kids feed off on that. You know, you got to take care of the games one at a time, play the one that's in front of you, and then you worry about the next one next week. So I think that's the most important thing. You know, these next 2 games, Scots are going to be, heavily favored if that's something you talk about in high school football. They're going to be the better team, and they got a chance to really get things right, kind of shore up some things. They got a chance to rest some guys, too, and use some of that depth that we've seen all throughout the year. So it's a chance to get people well. It's a chance to work on your execution. It's a chance to really fine-tune your game plan so that when you hit the playoffs, you're ready to go.
And you were talking about it earlier just with the way that the turnovers went last game, 5 turnovers for Highland Park. Even with a really good win in terms of the point differential, that's not what you want to see heading into the playoffs. So plenty of things that they feel like they can work on going in tonight, but it is a beautiful night for football. Should be a good night to throw the ball and get back on track if they want to. So Jeremy, tell us what to expect down on the sideline tonight with the weather.
So I did a little looky-loo before the game. We're starting out the game at 66 degrees, high of 70, low of 43, it looks like, and it should be getting colder as the night goes through. It's Texas cold, Will, so nothing that we haven't seen before. Wind 12 miles per hour, so that could affect the kicking game here and there, but we shall see later on in the game.
That is the New York Sub and Peggy Sue's weather report. You can get Peggy Sue's Barbecue now inside of New York Sub. Peggy Sue's Barbecue since 1951. I will give a shout out to New York Sub. I love New York Sub. Been going there all the time. So I'm glad that they are our weather sponsor here tonight. So it's going to be a beautiful night here for high school football. The Highland Park Scots taking on the West Mesquite Wranglers. This is the Cavender's Boots pregame show. We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back here to finish the show and get ready for kickoff.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
That's the sound of the quickest production sports car in the world today, the Cobra.
So remarkably fast, they soon moved out of range of the camera helicopter.
My name's Carroll Shelby, and performance is my business.
If you're looking for the definition of service, I'm sure Sewell's name is in the dictionary of service.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
From the excitement of Friday Night Lights to the thrill of the Texas State Fair, traditions are what unite us as Texans. For over 2 generations, Davidson Bogle Real Estate has had the privilege of carrying on the tradition of brokering land transactions across Texas. Whether you're looking to score an investment opportunity, buy a ranch, or lease industrial space, Davidson Bogle Real Estate is the foundation to get you started. Land is our business, so let us help you build upon Texas tradition. Visit us at db2re.com to kick off your land search today. And as always, go Scots!
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I'm 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 a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
When you play one of us, you play all of us.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Memorial Stadium here in Mesquite, Texas, as the Highland Park Scots get set to continue their push to the playoffs. This is the Highland Park Scots and the West Mesquite Wranglers, presented by Game On Sports.
When it's time to ball. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you love. We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now.
to West Mesquite. This is Memorial Stadium. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark.
Yeah, welcome back to Memorial Stadium here, where the Scots are getting ready to meet the West Mesquite Wranglers here, and a District 7-5A Division I matchup, and we're excited for this one. Scots clinched a district championship last Friday night with their victory over Tyler High School, and they are looking for a little bit of correction on some of the problems they had in that win. So they're looking to fix those here tonight against the Wranglers, who have had their own struggles this year.
This is Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. Will Washington with Coach David Clark. Jeremy Beeling heading down to the sideline. And Coach, give us some keys to this game as the Scots get set to take on the Wranglers here in this road game. Second to last game of the season. What do you want to see from them here tonight?
You know, I want to see them take care of the ball. I'd love to see the running game continue to churn like they did, and like they've really been doing the last few weeks, but particularly last week, where they ran a lot of two-back. They ran the ball well, rushed for over 200 yards. Everybody sharing the load, and go to that short passing game. I'd love to see Brennan get back being hot and hitting some short passes and letting those big guys run. You know, Heiss and Herring didn't have a ball last week, so you can bet to see them catch one early. Coach Allen will get them involved in the mix early. And for defense, Will, man, they've been playing great. I mean, they've been creating turnovers. They've been getting stops. They've been put in some tough situations by some turnovers on the offense, and they've responded really well. So I want them to just keep doing what they're doing and keep playing well, and I think they're going to be okay. The Scots are going to fight through this one. This is one of those take care of business games.
You're looking at the coin toss right now as these Scott captains get set to begin this game here from Mesquite, Texas. See John Rutledge, Grant Gibson, George Wright, and Jack Curtis, and that's a good lineup right there, Coach. Some really good leaders there leading the Scots on the field here tonight.
Yeah, it really is, and those are basically your 4 returning starters from last year. So they've done a great job of providing that leadership for the Scots, and it's nice to see them being such a integral part of the program's success as they continue. You know, that captain stuff is pretty neat. You get to do it 50 years later, too.
Coach, let's talk about some of our picks to click tonight, who we think is going to go off in this game. Give us one offensive player and one defensive player you think is going to have a great game here tonight.
Well, I'm going to go with Luke Herring. I just think those guys are going to get the ball on the outside. They've been they were shut out last week, and I think that Herring ought to be the guy on offense that I think will really have a big game.
We will send it down for the national anthem, and we'll be back right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. I'm Will Washington here with Coach David Clark. Jeremy Beadling to join us momentarily on the sideline. Coach, before some extended pageantry, we were talking about our picks to click. Why don't you take us back there? Who do you think is going to have a great game tonight for Highland Park?
Well, I picked Luke Herring. I think Luke Herring, wide receivers, that really has been a big factor. Certainly 2 weeks ago, had a great game, and then basically didn't get a ball thrown his direction last week. So I'm liking Herring and probably Heist too to get back in the game. Coach Allen just always gives those guys a chance to bounce back. And for defense, Will, I'm going to go with Pierce Shelby, number 19. He's going to play for Mason Gallus today, and he played great last time he came in for Gallus. So I'm expecting another big game out of Pierce Shelby.
On the offensive side of the ball, I'm going to go with Christian Reeves. 100 yards last week, put it in the end zone a couple times. And I think this Highland Park running game has been clicking well. I think they're going to continue to play well. And then I think this secondary is so important for Highland Park heading into the playoffs. I'll go with Preston Taylor, the 6'4" safety, see if they can get some turnovers again tonight. We're going to toss it down to Jeremy Beadling and hear his picks to click tonight down on the sideline.
Thanks, Will. So I'm going to cheat here. I'm allowed to do it. I'm going to cheat here. I'm going to say the whole entire offensive line. You know, coming in, you want your whole O-line to be able to dominate, to be able to kind of show their force, and I really want to see that from them tonight. We saw a huge running game last week against Tyler, and I want to see that again this week against West Mesquite.
Thanks, Jeremy. Great point from him down there on the sideline. As we get set to kick off, Highland Park won the toss and deferred. So they will send out their defense as Jack Stone gets us set here. It's a Davidson Vogel kickoff. And we're set to begin play here from Mesquite.
Again, what a great weapon we've seen from Jack Stone all year long, and has a little bit of a breeze, but not a whole lot. He sends that one to the back of the end zone. So that's such a weapon to have, to just on every kickoff. You just can't think about the number of returns that the opponents have even had this year.
This quarter is brought to you by Highland Park Village, your first name in fashion and proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. As the Scots defense gets set to begin this game. Handoff goes for no gain. A little extra effort there at the end, and we are underway in Mesquite.
Yeah, Will, it looks like Craig Dale is going to be in the starting lineup at quarterback, and he's a guy. He's the guy that the offense runs through. He was a little banged up last week, but he's back in there for tonight's game, and he's ready to go.
Man in motion. Takes the handoff. Another light gain. That's going to bring up a 3rd and long for this Scots defense. Try to get off the field early here.
Yeah, that's the kind of situation you want to put them in right now. They're not a controlled passing team. They are more of a deep threat, and they like to throw those early in the in downs on 1st and 2nd down and try to set up a little play action. But the Scots really came up with 2 good stops and got the Wranglers in a tough 3rd and long right now.
Dale keeps it, and he finds some space. That's enough for a 1st down. A nice play there by Craig Dale.
Yeah, what a great call. You spread the field with your doubles, and then you send your one back in motion, and that really left a lot of room there in the middle of the field for Dale to find enough yardage for the 1st down. Real good call by the coaching staff at Wranglers.
Let's set this Scots defense for us here tonight in the secondary. Corner, the junior Adam Rourke having a great season. Preston Taylor, the big 6'4" safety. Looks like JT Withers getting another start, as he should, after a great game last week. Blake Bevins at corner. Hill drops back, throws it quickly into traffic. That one's too high and incomplete, brings up a 2nd down.
Yeah, again, good pressure by the Scots up front and good coverage the back end. A couple of guys there were there to help out. So again, you get them behind the sticks a little bit, and that's a good situation for the Scots to be in.
Scots linebackers tonight: George Wright, the captain; Robert Remy, the junior; Harrison Walton playing the Mike backer, and then Pierce Shelby filling in tonight.
Yep, that's the pick to click right there. They're trying to change the play then, Will, and the coach is going to call timeout. He didn't like the set, and they were trying to check out of it, and I think the quarterback got the call, but I'm not sure that he felt like he had time to make the change. So an early timeout for the Wranglers.
An Origin Bank timeout here for the Wranglers as we have a 2nd and 10 coming up. So Scott's really doing a good job on those first 2 early downs, but a nice play by Craig Dale using his legs. And we talked about it going into this game. Craig Dale getting injured last week. Really important for him to be in this game this week, and we're seeing it already. They need him to make some plays with his feet tonight if they're going to have success.
Absolutely, and he is their lightning rod. He's the guy that the offense runs through, and he makes things happen, and you have already seen him run for a 1st down. He's got a good arm. He makes good reads. He's a dynamic player, and he's only going to get better. He's just a junior, and really getting a chance to show what he can do here as the Wranglers really highlight him in their offense.
Jack Curtis, Daniel Shaver, and Henry Jurgevan anchoring the Scots defensive line. Dale keeps it again. A nice gain brings up a manageable 3rd down for the Wranglers.
Yeah, that's another good call again. Running that, it looks like that stretch play there, and then keeping the ball and going right up the gut. So the Scots got to stay at home and play their technique. And again, another big 3rd down situation here.
3rd down and 4. The Scots try to get off the field. West Mesquite 1 for 1 so far on 3rd downs. Try to make it 2 for 2. Scots show blitz. Dale fires it over. That looks like enough for a 1st down. So 2 for 2 on 3rd downs for this West Mesquite offense. Good start for them.
Yeah, and a well-thrown ball. Again, right on target, just enough to get the 1st down. Again, using a little bit of that short passing game, something that we did not expect the Wranglers to be very proficient in, and they're able to convert another 1st down. You know, they've already run 3 minutes off the clock, which, again, if they have a chance in this game, they got to play some ball control, and it's really going to be tough for the Scots to get them off the field.
Dale keeps this one again. Finds a little bit of space. Scots say they have the ball.
Looked like they were trying to wrestle it away from them. They do. They took it right away from him.
rip the ball away and get a turnover. That's the way to get off the field there.
That's a good way to get a stop right there. I think they just ripped it right out of his hands. And he was kind of standing up, and all of a sudden all the pointers came out. So let's see if we can get a look at this. And again, that little quarterback draw. And I really think looks like Jack Curtis maybe ripping it out, and the ball came loose and somebody jumped on it. Let's see if we can get a
an Advantage Healthcare Systems turnover. Looked like Jack Curtis as the Scots offense takes over tonight. Storr finds Luke Rossley, who gets enough for the first down on that play.
Yeah, that's a little play right there, Will, but that's what I was talking about in the pregame. Storr needs to make his reads, not go for the home run every single time, and get his check down, and Rossley was his check down that time.
Storr checks back on the sideline to get the play in. 18 touchdowns for him on the season. Hands it off to Christian Reeves as he moves forward close to a first down.
I'm chuckling to myself because that's a play that we call dart, and we haven't run dart because we don't see many four-man fronts. And you saw Lawson Petty pulling from the left tackle spot all the way around. The right side's blocking down, and Lawson's pulling up inside. And boy, we haven't run that. We haven't seen many four-man fronts in a long time.
Storr takes off, makes a juke, gets well over the first down.
Again, a nice play on by Storr, making a good read. The guys were covered. He had a little crease, make the right decision, go get a first down, and live to play again. So that's a good start for the Scots here, coming off the turnover created on the strip, really, by Jack Curtis.
Handoff goes to Christian Reeves, brought down pretty early after that one as the Scots near the Shelby American red zone. Let's set the Scots offensive line for us here tonight. We've got Lawson Petty, the left tackle, had a phenomenal game last week. Gannon Gobert playing left guard. And number 61, Reed Kennedy, Charlie Wilson at right guard, and Grant Gibson at right tackle. These guys playing really well this time of year. Storr finds Reeves open in the flat, and he moves forward for a first down.
Again, just a nice read by Storr. He found the open receiver, did a great job of selling the inside game and then throwing that little outside and letting Christian take a run for a first down.
Scott's in the Shelby American red zone, trying to finish this drive. Jay Cox and Christian Reeves joining Brennan Storr in the backfield. Storr checks to the sideline. Handoff goes to Reeves. A short gain for Christian Reeves.
Yeah, good job up front by the Wrangler defense there to kind of clog it up, and it looked like Reeves just kind of tripped over bodies there in the hole. So a good job by the Wranglers to hold that short gain. Scott's, this is a tough place to score. You don't have a lot of room. So, you try to use that running game, and they're staying with that two-back look, which has been very successful for them inside the red zone.
Scots run the option. Storr keeps it, and he finds his way in the end zone. Touchdown, Highland Park.
I love that play. That's that lead option out of the two-back, which is you got a lead blocker, and you saw what a great job they did out front when Storr decided to keep it. He had a lead blocker in front of him all the way to the end zone, and that was an outstanding call. I think Coach Allen, there's always clogged up there in the middle, and he was able to do the old speed option with the lead blocker and able to score that 9-yard touchdown. So great job by the Scots to take advantage of that turnover.
Bob Lilly Promotions touchdown. We hope to see many of those tonight. And the extra point by Sam Heinrich is good. So Scott's up 7-0 after that Jack Curtis turnover. and setting up a score. And that's exactly what you want to see from this team in a start. Get off the field defensively and then cash in on a turnover.
Well, yeah, in the last road game in McKinney, they got off to a 28-zip start and looked like they were just going to race to victory and ended up having a few little snag there as they went through that. But, boy, what a great start. Again, West Mesquite, here's that lead option right there, the pitch. Good job by Reeves out in front. That's normally you would expect him to lead block for the pitch man, the back, but Storer was right there and took advantage of that lead block from Christian Reeves and was able to ramble in.
Replay is brought to us by New Balance. Preston Center location is locally owned and a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. Brennan Storer gets his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season. And a good start for him in the passing game as well, Coach. He looked comfortable back there. Looked like he was making good decisions after 3 interceptions last week, really wanting to build and have a good, clean game, and so far, so good.
I agree. I think that was a good drive for the whole Scott offense. They ran the ball well. They did some short passes. They weren't trying to do the home run ball, and really a nice drive for the Scots after the turnover.
Jack Stone gets set to kick off. And that one goes way into the end zone to Davidson and Bogle kickoff. Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is our business, and Coach Jack Stone's business has been crushing the ball into the end zone. A great season so far for the Michigan State commit.
He really, and I just can't tell you what a weapon that is. I mean, kickoffs to me as a former defensive coach are the scariest thing. I'm going to give one of my best running backs or receiver a running start with 25, 30 yards open field and let him try to run. And if you kick the ball to the end zone, they start on the 25. You line your defense up.
Dale hands it off, and he is stuffed by Henry Jurgavan. A negative play on first down.
Yeah, what a great job that time. And I think Henry may have come up with that fumble after Jack stripped it, but we'll have to check with that. But, boy, that's a good stop. You know, they've been giving up a few yards on first down the first couple of plays that couple of first downs that the Wranglers have had. So that's a good time to stop them and put them behind the sticks a little bit.
2nd and 12. Dale rolls out, throws it back the other way, but well read by George Wright. He's right there, no gain.
Yeah, he really read that well and fought through the blockers out front. And he's if he'd gotten there a couple of steps quicker, he might have had another pick six. So what a good read. And boy, the coaches harp on reading screens. And when you start to see linemen let you go, you start to see that. And boy, you look at those guys reverse their field and go and make the play. Good open field tackle too by Jack on that one.
The 3rd and 12 here for the Scots. That one is a deep pass, intercepted by, he drops it. Looked like he had an interception. Adam Rourke in good position. That will set up a 4th and long.
Yeah, it looked like Rourke was the receiver. What a great coverage. He had him hipped up, and then he really broke on the ball and was able to get a better chance at it than the receiver was. So just could not hold it through the catch, and that was just a great job. That's one of those home run examples that we're talking about. And, well, he looks like the receiver on that one. It just kind of slipped out of his hands, and a good job by the receiver to knock that out of his hands. Corolla to knock it out of his hands.
Really nice job there. 4th and 12. The Scots force a 3 and out, a high snap. Jay Cox lets it bounce and is tackled immediately. Sets the Scots up just around their 35-yard line for the 2nd drive of the night, looking to pick up right where they left off.
Yeah, Jack probably saved another first down Jay probably saved another first down by fielding that punt, because it could have kept on rolling, and a good job by Jay Cox to field it. And those are kind of scary, but he's been doing a great job of it all year long. So Scott's set up in good field position for their 2nd drive.
The starting receivers tonight For the Scots, Luke Herring, John Rutledge, Luke Rossley, and Jackson Heiss. A very balanced receiving core that Storer will look to get involved tonight. Storer gets it right to Rutledge, who's tackled immediately.
Yeah, nice short completion, and love to see that. Just again, the short passing game I think is going to be a key to getting Storer comfortable and get that offensive line churning again and get some completions, and that's important.
2nd and 8. Scots with 3 receivers to the left. Storer hands this one off. That's Christian Reeves. He's got some room well into West Mesquite territory. A nice run by Christian Reeves.
You know what I loved was at the very end of that, Christian Reeves could have just run out of bounds and would have no one would have thought anything of it. But you watch him, he hits a nice crease. He breaks to the sidelines, and right there he just could have run out of bounds, and instead he wants some contact. Let me see if I can cut against the grain and get a few more yards. But good job up front by the lineman there. And it's funny, they're kind of listening to Storer verbally call the plays instead of just shouting them out. So it must be pretty loud down there.
Play action, Storer rolls left, comes back, tosses it, just misses Jackson Heiss, who got some separation.
Yeah, that was a good ad-lib by Storer. Again, he might have been able to run for a first down, but Heiss came open and just overthrew him. But again, just a nice job of reading the coverage, nice job of getting out of the pressure, and the receiver Heiss really reacted well to break towards the end zone, and just a little bit long for him, or it would have been a nice Scott touchdown.
Storer trying to push it vertically right there. 2nd and 10. Runs the draw, a nice move. He's got a lane. No one's going to touch him. Brennan Storer with his 2nd touchdown of the night, and he's fired up in the end zone, Coach.
He really is, and another rushing touchdown for the Scots, and they're on kind of a run. I think that's 8 straight rushing touchdowns for going into the last game. But again, just a great play call, a little lead draw by the quarterback, and Storer does a great job. What a great job up front. I think Gibson and some of those guys on the right side, Charlie Wilson, those guys really parted the sea, and he was able to just waltz into the end zone, really, and showing a little speed too. It's nice to see Storer with a little giddy up.
Sam Heinrich with the extra point, and that one is good. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title. So, Coach, 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. This is the start that you wanted to see, and we talked about it in the pregame. Brennan Storer really wanted to bounce back this week, play smart. He's doing a really good job looking around at his receivers, but he's really doing a good job with his feet tonight so far.
Yeah, he really is, and again, credit those guys up front too. But yeah, Storer needs a big game. I think he needs a good game for himself and to gain that confidence. His teammates always believe in him. They're never going to change that, and it's just great to see him responding like that. 2 rushing touchdowns here to start the game here in the first quarter. Credit the defense too. They've gotten a turnover and a 3 and out to start this game. So they're continuing to do their part, and the Scott offense looks crisp tonight against the Wranglers.
Let's check in with Jeremy Beadling down on the sideline with a Willow Bend Mortgage sideline report. Willow Bend Mortgage, your home for a way better mortgage.
Now, Will, before the game, I said my pick to click was the offensive line. And you know what? I forgot to mention, they're not the only ones that are blocking on this offense. The running backs and the wide receivers are also blocking on this offense. And in my opinion, sprung Storer for the 1st and 2nd touchdown of this game. Wide receivers blocking down the field on that 2nd touchdown. Christian Reeves blocking right here on the sideline in front of me for that 1st touchdown. They are really winning at the point of attack, and they are taking it to this West Mesquite defense.
That's great, Jeremy. You're absolutely right. Coach Hawsey and Coach Stringer always talk about receivers. If they make their block, first downs become touchdowns, and that you saw it right there. Downfield blocking. Heiss made a nice clearing block, and leaving Storer just a nice alleyway to go and score. So you're absolutely right about that. Those wide receivers are doing a great job.
And Coach, when your wide receivers block like that, you get drives like this: 5 plays, 63 yards, 123 off the clock. This drive recap brought to you by Asset Capital Management, as the Scots defense back on the field and getting the ball back twice early, looking to build on it here.
Yeah, another nice run on first down by the Wranglers. Good blocking up front, and Preston Taylor, it had to be there, kind of a slip and fall, or that could have really been a big play for the Wranglers. So Scots need to stay focused on this one. You know, it happened in that McKinney North game. They got up 4 touchdowns and kind of lost a little focus. So I'm sure the coaches are harping on it. We got to stay in this thing. We got to stay locked in and keep doing our job.
Greg Dale on the keeper. Not much there. Good job by the Scots defensive line. And your guy, Pierce Shelby.
Yeah, I'm expecting great things from him on tonight's game, getting a chance to play again. And he's done a super job when he's had that opportunity. So that was a great job by the Scott defensive front, really getting some penetration and turning that one into a no-gain play.
Here's Shelby with 14 tackles against McKinney North, really making his presence felt again here tonight, as we have a 2nd and 10. An open receiver there on the right will bring up a shorter 3rd down. You got to give credit to Craig Dale here when gets behind the chains a little bit, doesn't give up. That's going to set up a 3rd and 2.
Yeah, we've seen it right now. He's running and he's throwing. He's kind of their offense right now, and he's a difference maker, and he's one that the Scots have to keep control of and make sure that they don't give up the big plays. The Wranglers have converted on a couple of short passes to really give them a workable situation here on 3rd down.
It was Gabriel Corona, 4 touchdowns on the year for the senior with that reception. Dale with the keeper. He finds a lane. That is enough for a 1st down. West Mesquite now in Scott's territory.
Yeah, Coach Leitner brought a little heat that time and was kind of going to the wrong gap there, and a good call again by the Wranglers to pick up that 1st down.
And that looks like it will take us to the end of the 1st quarter with the Highland Park Scots up 14-0. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports.
Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the Hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. I'm Will Washington here with Coach David Clark. Highland Park Scots up 14-0. And Coach, a good start for the Scots team, looking really good here as the West Mesquite Wranglers now get into Scots territory for the first time tonight. Dale with a quick toss to the other side. That'll give another 1st down. Looks like Corona again.
Yeah, that's the old 15-yard out route from the opposite hash. That showed a little bit of arm strength there by Dale as he fires one across the field there. Nice completion, keeping things under control, and something that the Scots, I think, were a little bit not really expecting a short passing game out of the Wranglers.
In this Republic title 2nd quarter, Wranglers marching down the field. Dale hands it off, makes a man miss, makes another man miss, showing some agility. You got to see who that is, Coach. It's like,
yeah, I think it was Kanan Durden. and with a nice run, number 16 for the Wranglers, and he did break some tackles to get downfield, and a really good job of keeping his feet, keeping his balance.
The Durden right there with a nice move. These West Mesquite numbers not the easiest to read from up here tonight, Coach.
Yeah, we're high up, and they are pretty tough to read, so we're doing our best. I know that.
First down, Shelby American red zone. Scots look to bring some pressure, but force a false start.
You know, the Scots really brought that on by just jumping around a little bit. You know, you can't cross into the neutral zone, and that would be a penalty on the defense. But by moving side to side and kind of switching hands that are down, sometimes that is enough to kind of throw the offensive line out of sync and get that turnover. Those are big 5 yards right there when you think about getting down in that red zone.
So it'll be 1st and 15 for this West Mesquite offense as they get near the end zone. Craig Dale, the junior, trying to lead them down the field for the first touchdown for the Wranglers tonight. Man in motion. Dale will hand it off. Scots can't quite make the tackle when they were in position, so some positive yardage there for the Wranglers as they get a little bit closer to the end zone.
Yeah, Pierce Shelby was right there, just a little too much speed. Kind of took a little bit of a tough angle that time, and the Wranglers were able to turn the corner and pick up the yardage lost on the penalty and then some.
It brings up a 2nd and 4, so the Wranglers can get a first down right here as they near the red zone, the end zone rather. Scots with a lot of movement there, and the Wranglers need to take another timeout to talk about it. Scots up 14-0 as the Wranglers near the end zone. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. Scots up 14-0 on the West Mesquite Wranglers, but the Wranglers are driving 2nd and 4 near the Scots end zone.
Yeah, that's another timeout we saw the Wranglers have to take. They just a little bit of confusion, so they've already used 2 of their timeouts.
Handoff goes to Corona, and he will get in the end zone. Touchdown, West Mesquite.
Yeah, that fly sweep, just way too much speed on the outside. Nice block on the outside linebacker that time. I think that was probably Turner, number 17, that really laid a great block to free up that touchdown run. But again, the Wranglers came back. That's a good answer. They needed that to stay in this game.
A big touchdown for the West Mesquite Wranglers. They get set to kick the extra point. It is blocked. Scott's coming the other way. That is Blake Bevins who picks it up, and he will take it all the way. One of the plays of the season. That's 2 points for the Scots. You don't see that every day,
No,
Coach.
you don't. A great job. I think that was probably Adam Rourke coming off the edge. He's usually the PAT field goal blocker. And if we get a chance to take another look at that, we can see if it was old number 9. But a great job by Bevins to be right there and pick it up and scoop. I thought he was going to be caught from behind, and that dive there about midfield, he was able to keep his balance and take it all the way in for the 2 points. And the Scots really did a super job on that.
And there's your block as Blake Bevins picks it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Rourke. I'm not sure. I didn't get a good look at that, but it may have been Beetrell coming off that edge, number 21. I wasn't sure about that, so maybe Jeremy can check on that on the sideline. So, but what a great play. That's a momentum changer. You know, you've just scored a touchdown, and you've got a lot of confidence, and you're back in the game, and all of a sudden what should be points for you ends up being points for the other team. So we're hearing that it was 21 Beetrell with coming from the outside to make the block. So what a great play by Beetrell to turn that one away and really save a little momentum there for the Scots.
So huge play there for the Scots in the special teams. That was an 8-play drive, 75 yards, 4 minutes. Drive recap brought to you by Asset Capital Management. So a big drive there for the Wranglers, but as you mentioned, with Beetrell getting the block, Blake Bevins taking it all the way, a momentum changing play as that ball will go out of bounds. There'll be a penalty, so Scott's going to get good field position here. Coach, we have to say this real quick. That is 2 weeks in a row we have seen crazy plays on extra points. John Rutledge running all the way down, making a tackle last week, and then this time Blake Bevins running a long way to get 2 points for the Scots. So Scots really showing their speed on these extra points these past couple games.
And that's also shows you don't ever stop on a play. You play every down, you play every play, you play every snap until the whistle blows. And that's a great point, Will, that they really play as hard as they can and really appreciate every opportunity they get to try to help their team. So those are hustle plays you're talking about. And if Beetrell with a hustle play coming off that corner to make that block is impressive.
Store with a wide open Jay Cox, who was dangerous in space. He falls forward, a big gain for the Scots on first down.
Yeah, I think Store put that right in his face mask, and Jay barely turned around and quick enough to catch that one. But boy, he was wide open, good route. Kind of ran a slant on the outside and then opened it up for a little wheel from Jay coming around the outside. You see him coming out of the backfield there and all by himself there. That's a hard thing to cover. You usually end up getting picked up by a linebacker, especially against a man defense.
Jay Cox dangerous out of the backfield receiving. A Store with a quick toss to John Rutledge. He finds a gap. Gets a couple yards there on first down. Brings up 2nd and medium for the Scots offense.
I think you see things like this when you see Coach Allen really kind of making a conscious effort to get the ball to his playmakers and use every single one of them. I mean, people are starting to look at these. You'll have to show some game film for in the playoffs, and you want to make sure that they have to cover every single guy, and they're going to have to show a little presence here.
Store gets it over to Herring on the screen, but brought down quickly. So, as you're saying, Coach Clark, Coach Allen really getting the ball around to different receivers. We've seen Herring, Rutledge, Rossley all involved, Heist targeted, and then even getting it to Jay Cox out of the backfield there.
Yeah, and even Reeves has caught a pass out of the backfield. So they really are spreading the ball around, and Store looks sharp tonight. He looks confident. He's throwing to the right guy. He's making good reads. He's making quick decisions. So he's having a good first quarter and a half.
Looks like Lawson Petty moved. That'll be a false start. Moving him back 5 yards. That'll make it a 3rd and 10 for this Scots offense.
Again, you don't see the Scots do that very often where they have a false start, something that they hope their opponents do. But that changes the game. You go from a 3rd and 5 to a 3rd and 10 and makes it just really, really much tougher to try to convert these things.
Scots really wanted to clean up the penalties from last week, trying to play clean these last 2 games of the season heading into the playoffs. Brennan Store looks like he is not on the same page with Luke Herring. That will bring up a 4th down.
Yeah, that was a major miscommunication. The receiver's supposed to read that. If that it's kind of like a 10-yard out, or go to the sticks and make your decision, and if you're on top of the defender, go to the goal line. If he's on top of you, go ahead and turn it out. So a little bit of misunderstanding. Let's see if the Scots pooch kick this.
Storr gets the signal from the sideline. He does indeed kick it. You can tell when he steps back there.
Nice kick.
It's a favorable bounce. That will bring the Wranglers inside their own 5-yard line. Really nice kick there from Brennan Storr.
Yeah, real good job of kind of position kicking. I'm glad the Scots were down there I was afraid they weren't going to find it. It was kind of going to the right a little bit, but they were able to down it. Wranglers going to have to go the length of the field. They're inside their own 5-yard line, so it's up that Scott defense. Maybe create another turnover or certainly get a 3-and-out, and Scots would come away with great field position.
Scots up 16-6 in this Republic title second quarter with 7:52 left. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark. Jeremy Beadling down on the sideline. The Scots defense has favorable field position here. Dale tries to bounce outside on a quick run, just trying to create some space for this Wranglers offense that's backed up after that Brennan Storr kick.
Boy, you like to see that. There are about 8 blue hats there at the point of attack, and everyone flying to the ball to make a play. So that's an impressive first down. The Wranglers get very little.
We're going to send it down to Jeremy Beadling for a Willow Bend Mortgage sideline report. Willow Bend Mortgage, your home for a way better mortgage.
So obviously we got the Wranglers coming down there on offense right now, but as I'm sitting here, I'm realizing how important that 2 points, that blocked field goal and return is for the Scots. You know, it could be 7-14, Wranglers coming down to tie it, but the Scots are up by 2 scores at the moment, which is really good cushion for them here in the first half.
Thanks, Jeremy. Really good point from him. And not only 2 more points, but also just a little bit of momentum. You could really see the energy that brought into this team.
Yeah, those are real momentum plays when you know, instead of giving up points, you're getting points, and that really changes the dynamics and the attitudes that people have. And again, you know, that had to happen with somebody making a good play. So give Beetrell credit if that really was a momentum changer.
3rd and 6 for Craig Dale and this Wranglers offense. Sends another man in motion. That's Corona, who has some space, and he just gets to the first down marker. That will be enough, it looks like, for the first down. So nice play from this Wranglers offense.
Yeah, well, they may have found something on that fly sweep where they think they can use their speed and athleticism to get the edge for the Scots, but it looks like it's got to come back with a penalty.
Looks like it will be coming back after that nice play. Wranglers really were, like you were saying, having some success. They've been running the ball in a variety of ways and really having some success, putting a lot of guys in motion. Coach, talk about what that does to a defense when you're sending guys in motion like that constantly.
Well, a lot depends on what kind of call you're in, but you certainly have to change your coverage in the back end, and in a lot of cases it changes linebacker responsibility as well. So it does create a little bit of indecision there from the defensive standpoint. Uh-oh.
Craig Dale, he gets hit in the end zone.
How about
That's
2 more?
A safety.
How about 2 more?
2 more points. 2 points on an extra point block and 2 points for a safety. A crazy way to get points for the Scots so far in this one in Mesquite.
We haven't started basketball yet, but we get 2 points at a time right here. So yeah, what a great job. Just a lot of pressure. Coach Leiter brought a little heat, and that was incredible the way they were able to get the penetration. Dale saw the pressure and was trying to escape and was not able to get out of it and was tackled for the 2 points. So the Scots are going to get more points and the football, which is great. So they're kind of pecking away at this thing, stretching it out a little bit.
The sack brought to you by Sloan Investment Management. Look at this from the Scots defense. That's Harrison Walton, the Mike linebacker, making the hit. George Wright right there along with Daniel Shaver, and of course Jack Curtis getting the end zone. So just an all-around team effort. Defensive line really doing their job, plugging those gaps, allowing guys like Harrison Walton to break free in the end zone.
Yeah, a lot of hats to the ball. We saw on all 3 snaps in that series, a lot of blue hats getting to the point of attack, and that's how you make plays right there and get stops and get safeties. There wasn't just one man there. There was a whole host of Scotties there to bring him to the ground.
So Harrison Walton, the senior Mike linebacker for the Scots, has a sack on the season. Can make that 2 and 2 points for that one. So really good stuff from Harrison Walton.
Scots should come away with some great field position after this safety.
John Rutledge finds some space, takes it well into Wrangler territory. He had an army of guys blocking for him on the right side there.
Yeah, that goes back to what I was talking about with kickoffs. I mean, when people kick it off to us, we're getting it to a 200-meter champion right there, and we like our chances of creating a big play. And John has done that. We've seen him take it to the house before, and again, that's going to set the Scots up deep in Wrangler territory here. And with an 18-6 lead, so really a chance to kind of punch this one in the gut here if they could knock this one and get 7 more for the Scots. That would really be great right here before halftime.
A very nice return on that Davidson and Bogle kickoff. Jeremy Beeling down on the sideline. He saw it happen. Let's see what he saw down there.
Yeah, it looks like a gang of Scots kind of rolled up on number 33 for the Wranglers, if you can help me out with the name up there, Will. But they stretched him out. He got up. He's good. He's walking over to the sideline.
Yeah, that's Xavier Parker for the Wranglers. So good to see him get up there and do okay. An injury update brought to you by Dr. Field Scoville at the Carroll Clinic, orthopedic surgeon, fellowship trained in sports medicine. Glad to see Xavier Parker okay there as Brennan Storer avoids the pressure and drops it right in to his receiver. That's John Rutledge.
John Rutledge on a crossing route from left to right. Give Storer credit. He had to wait a long time for this to clear. You see that John's going to come from the left slot and run kind of a deep post and really to an opposite corner route. I don't know that I've seen this route before. But again, good job. Great job up front. He needs time for that play to work. Great job by the big guys up front.
In the Shelby American red zone as Storer rolls left, almost picked off. Almost picked off there by Bryson Walker. Let's check out this throw here from Brennan Storer to John Rutledge. A really nice corner route to his senior receiver and one of his favorite targets over this season.
Yeah, that was a nice job of trying to get the ball to Herring. He's one of those I mentioned at the start of the game that those 2 outside guys, Heiss and Herring, didn't get a ball last week. So they're trying to get them involved in the action and spread the ball around as much as they can.
Second goal for the Scots offense. They line up with 2 running backs. Hand off to Christian Reeves. He bounces his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Highland Park.
Boy, nice job up front by the big guys. Just, I don't think anybody touched Christian until he had crossed the goal line. So, again, a nice play inside, and Christian just keeps those legs churning. He's kind of a little bowling ball kind of a guy, and he was able just to bam that one into the end zone for a big touchdown for the Scots.
He does happen to be my pick to click tonight.
Good pick.
Coach, all of our picks to click playing pretty well here.
I think they're all doing a pretty good job.
At Memorial Stadium, as Sam Heinrich knocks through the extra point. Jeremy Beeling wants to point out his pick to click was the whole offensive lineman. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard national title, and it gives the Scots a unique scorer up 25-6 as we have 5 minutes, 8 seconds left in this second quarter. So had the extra point blocked, Blake Bevins taking it back for 2, and then having the safety with Harrison Walton there in the end zone. Scott's up 25-6 here.
Yeah, it's a great start, and they need to finish and stay focused. And believe me, that's going to be the talk at halftime of this game, is to stay focused, keep taking care of business and doing what you're supposed to do. Do your job.
Let's check in with Jeremy Beadling down on the sideline for another Willow Bend Mortgage sideline report.
Well, Will, we talked about it in the Cavenders pregame show today, and one of the biggest things that the Scots need to do today, take care of the ball. And there has been a major emphasis here on the sideline of taking care of the ball, getting both hands on the ball, and also to Brendan Storr, making sure he places the ball in the right spot and puts it to where his receivers can get it, but doesn't put it in danger of getting intercepted. And as we see so far in the first half, the Scots are winning the turnover battle.
Thank you, Jeremy. Great point there. And Scott's moving the ball down the field quickly. 27-yard drive, 38 seconds on 4 plays. Drive recaps brought to you by Asset Capital Management. Our very own, we have to give a shout out, Miles Dunklin, watching this broadcast from a remote location, probably on a mountain somewhere in Colorado, who knows, telling us some of these stats. We got to give another shout here to John Rutledge, a 60-yard return setting up that drive, then a 24-yard reception. Some key plays getting the Scots in the end zone there.
Yeah, again, great job by Jack Stone kicking the ball. It was a little bit of a line drive. They got to return and give that kickoff coverage team. They didn't fall asleep. They were ready to go. And again, the Wranglers are back way up inside their 15-yard line.
So Scott's defense setting up in a good position. Again, this is just an all-around great performance for the Scots right now. They've cleaned up a lot of things, but really playing well in all 3 phases of the game. And you have to really emphasize the special teams. They talk about that, the coaches care about it, and you're really seeing what happens when you care about the special teams like they are tonight.
Yeah, they really do. That's a point of emphasis. You got to win that part of the game to win football games. That's a nice job by Dale. Again, kind of a bobbled snap. Couldn't tell if it was low or just he bobbled it, but able to get yardage, able to make it a positive play, and he did a good job of coming up with it and breaking a couple of tackles there, and the Scots chasing him down.
Crucial drive here for Craig Dale and this Wranglers offense if they want to stay in this one. Corona in motion, tosses it to him again. Finds a hole, gets through for the first down, having a lot of success on that type of play tonight.
Yeah, they found something with that fly sweep, that little toss. It counts as a pass, and they've really found something, and using that speed to get to the outside. The Scots are going to have to shore that up a little bit. You got to set that edge out there and be prepared for that.
Wranglers send another man in motion, but looks like they moved early. That's a false start. We'll send them back 5 yards.
Yeah, they'll look like they were setting up something that might have, I don't know if he just stopped the play, but he looked like he might be ready to throw the ball. So it also sets up that quarterback faking that toss, and they had great success in converting their first down on that play where he fakes the toss and the quarterback just keeps it behind his puller. So they got a lot of things they could do as long as they're getting that yardage with that fly sweep. There's a lot of things you can run off of that to give a defense fits.
1st and 15 for the Wranglers, 3:35 left in this Republic title. Second quarter. Quarterback keeper is immediately stuffed by the Scots defense. That's Robert Remy in making initial contact. Read that play really well.
Yeah, good reaction there. Was right on at the line of scrimmage, met the play head on, and a nice tackle. Got his teammates there to help him out. I just, watching the defensive linemen just roll in, and I'll tell you what, it just seems like you don't lose a step when those guys, and they're 2 and 3 deep at that defensive line. That front 3 is just fresh and eager and hungry, and they are doing the job up front and have all year.
Dale drops back. He's got a man. It is complete to TJ Turner, and he will go all the way and score a huge touchdown for the West Mesquite Wranglers. TJ Turner with his 10th touchdown of the season.
Boy, they needed that. You mentioned that, Will, that they needed to do something this drive, and they sure countered with a big play. It looks like just a simple out route was able to turn up, had enough room to turn it up the sidelines. And again, don't question the athleticism that's on the Wrangler team. They've got a lot of speed and a lot of athletes. Now they're lined up to go for 2.
Dale looks back at the sideline on this 2-point conversion attempt. Dale tries to fit it in, and that is caught. A nice throw by Craig Dale. That one is complete to Javion Jackson. He's a player that Scott's defense really wanted to look out for tonight. Nice play there. That makes it 25-14 after that big touchdown to TJ Turner. Let's check in with Jeremy Beedling for this Willoughby Mortgage sideline report and hear what he saw down on the field for that touchdown.
Yeah, like as Coach said, it was just a simple out route. The corner fell down after the catch, giving the wide receiver a clear route to the end zone. But what I want to talk about really quick is the Scots are only up by 11 points at this point. 2 minutes left in the half. This is a great opportunity for them, for Brennan Storr, for the coaching staff, to work on their 2-minute drill, to work on the things that they need to going forward for the playoffs and for the rest of the season.
Thanks, Jeremy. 88 yards, 2 minutes, 23 seconds, and 5 plays for Craig Dale and the Wranglers offense. Drive recap brought to you by Asset Capital Management. And Coach, you got to give a lot of credit to Craig Dale here. He's been behind the chains a little bit. Not great field position. They've started at their own 25 twice, then at their own 4 and their own 12. But this guy really gives them a chance, even when they're behind the chains in tough field position. And it's an 11-point game right now to show for it.
Yeah, he really does, and he's a dynamic player, and we knew that coming in that he would be the guy to try to watch for. There, you see one kicked out of bounds. They're trying to avoid John Rutledge right there, Will, kicking it out of bounds.
Another kickoff out of bounds. That will set up the Scots well right here. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports.
Since 1912, Vista Bank has proudly supported the Texas tradition of Friday Night Lights. As the winningest program in the history of Texas high school football, the Highland Park Scots know what it takes to win. Whether you're with the team, in the band, a cheerleader, or a bell, Vista Bank applauds your sacrifice and your commitment to the winning traditions of Highland Park football. Time to make your move, and we know you will because tradition never graduates. Vista Bank, people first.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark as the Highland Park Scots hold on to a 25-14 lead over the West Mesquite Wranglers. About to start off again offensively in good field possession. A kind of bizarre first half, Coach Clark, as we were just talking about at that last break. But Scots have a chance to add to this 11-point lead, get back into halftime, and come out strong for the second half.
And we've already seen a safety, and we've seen a 2-point return. We've seen a lot of weird things going on, and I'll agree with Jeremy. I think this is important. This would be a good time to see your 2-minute offense. They practice it all the time, and it's something that would be good to see if they can do it in with live bullets flying. So we'll see what they decide to do. They got plenty of time. They got all 3 timeouts, so they got plenty of time to not get in a rush and make a nice drive.
It's a short kickoff. This one goes out of bounds again. So a lot of kickoffs going out of bounds here. Davidson and Bogle kickoffs tonight. Where land is our business. So Scots will have good field position here if they want it. I think you're right. The strategy seems to be do not kick it to number 2 at all costs.
Number 2 is not going to touch this ball. They're going to keep kicking it out of bounds, and and Scots keep making them re-kick it, which I think is kind of interesting. And, you know, they're kind of forcing each other's hand. You're going to either kick it to my guy or one of us is going to catch it. So, again, the Scots got a chance to get some great field position. There's been 2 really short kicks, and they've gone out of bounds at about the 30-yard line, which, you know, you get a few more yards than that. If they miss again, then you're going to get it where it goes out of bounds. So they've got a chance here to get some good field position. And, of course, the clock hadn't moved on this kickoff because nobody's touched it. So kind of a little cat and mouse game going on right now between these special team coaches.
A very unique first half of play here from Memorial Stadium. Highland Park just dominating field position tonight. And really with the exception of that last big pass from TJ Turner, that reception for a touchdown, they've been cashing in on this good field position Highland Park has, both offensively and defensively. So we will try for a third kickoff attempt right here.
I think it's Rossley over there on the right, just to the right of John Rutledge, who they're trying their hardest not to kick it to Rutledge, and I think it's going to be Rossley that may end up with it. So we'll see.
Rossley does get that one and takes the Scots just past their own 45-yard line on that Davidson and Bogle kickoff. Third time's the charm. Scots with really good field position here with 2:31 left, up 25-14. And as you were saying, Coach, really good opportunity for Brennan Storr, your young junior quarterback. Try to get him in a 2-minute offense right before halftime. These are the kind of situations you want to see him in.
Absolutely, and they haven't had one of these in quite a while either, so it's nice. You practice this. This is something you want to just see and see how comfortable they're in, and Storr comes right out, and he's got an empty set, so we'll see what happens here.
Storr with a quick toss. That one is complete. That's Jay Cox lining up at inside receiver for the Scots, giving them a big gain on that first down play.
Yeah, so much for the possession passing game right there. That was almost a big play. Jay almost took it to the house there. But again, Scots in that empty set. This is something they practice all the time in their 2-minute drill.
First down. Another toss to Jay Cox. He'll break through that one. He sees blue in the end zone. He'll take it in for a touchdown. 2 passes to Jay Cox. 1 touchdown. Scots now up even more.
That was your 30-second offense, not your 2-minute offense right there. They throw 2 passes, 2 completions, and Jay Cox takes it to the house. So I guess that worked out pretty well. I will say one thing in practice, Jay's supposed to run out of bounds on that first one to stop the clock on the 2-minute drill, but he turns it upfield and gets a good gain. And again, you have lots of time and lots of timeouts. So just a great job by the Scots executing here towards the end of the second quarter.
Sam Heinrich gets in another extra point. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard. National title, Scots now up 32-14 here in Memorial Stadium. Coach, we've got to talk about Jay Cox. He's actually the second leading receiver for the Scots, both in receptions and yards. We've seen him catch out of the backfield, but there he is out of an empty formation going into this game. 21 receptions, 334 yards. So adding to that so far tonight, really a threat, not only running the ball, but also catching it, as we just saw right there.
You know, Will, I can tell you from a defensive standpoint, when you can change formations, and in particularly if you can go from a 1-back to an empty set without changing personnel, in other words, not bringing a receiver on, it really puts the defense, they can't sub. Maybe they'd want to go to a nickel package or something where they put an extra back in against that empty set. They can't do it because you've got a running back in the game, and you may be able to pull that guy back into the backfield, or it's just a great weapon to have these running backs that can act as receivers and really catch the ball well. So the Scots really took advantage of that, and Jay was able to make some nice plays there on the sideline, and give Storr credit. He made the right read through the short pass, got a big play out of it.
I was thinking the same thing. I love seeing that from Brennan Storr. Didn't force it to anyone, just took the easy thing that the defense gave him and let his playmakers do the rest. As Jack Stone with a deep kick. This one will be returned
Oh my gosh.
A host of Scots brings down this Wrangler. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. We'll come back with 2 minutes left in the second quarter right after this.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark, Jeremy Beadling down on the sideline. Highland Park up 32-14 with 1:52 left. Coach, we want to see a 2-minute offense. How about a 25-second offense? 2 plays, 25 seconds, 53 yards. Jay Cox with the touchdown, batted down.
Batted back into the hands of Craig Dale right there. A great job again, getting penetration, but knocking the ball down, and it falls right back to the quarterback. So big break for the Wranglers as they were able to get something out of it. I think that was Jurgevon again, Henry Jurgevon with the deflection. So again, a nice play by the Scots.
We have seen some unusual
It may have been Spencer Brown. Excuse me for interrupting. I think that was 72 and not 92, but I'm not sure. But a great play by Scots there to knock it down, but good play by the Wranglers to come up with a positive play.
Some unusual plays in this first half. But back to the touchdown drive for the Scots. Drive recap brought to you by Assert Capital Management, but really good stuff there from Brennan Storr. And setting up the Scots defense here, 3rd and 6, 1:42 left. So Scots really have a chance to get the ball back if they can get off the field right here.
Yeah, they have 2 timeouts left, and they'll use them here on defense. If they get a stop right here, they're going to use a timeout and get that offense back on the field and be able to try to score again.
Pass is completed. Immediately tackled by Adam Rourke. And that is enough for a Wrangler first down with 1:34 left in this first half.
Yeah, now they're in a little bit of a hurry themselves to see if they can get something going here with that first down conversion.
A draw play goes near the first down marker. Looks like he is just short. Brings up a 2nd and short. 1:16 to play as the Wranglers speed it up here. Dale with the quick pass. That one's completed to TJ Turner, who's having a nice game. Gets out of bounds. So Wranglers moving with 1:03 left in this first half.
Yeah, it's too bad they burned 2 timeouts early, and now they just really have the 1 left, and they could have used them right now, but working the sidelines a little bit. We've seen Turner take the ball and turn it upfield on that, so Scott's got to be tackling well on the outside to make sure that they can get these guys to the ground.
Impressed with Craig Dale a few times, throwing it all the way over to the other side.
He shows a good arm. He really does.
Hesitates a little bit, throws it over the middle, incomplete. Let's see who's in coverage there for the Scots down the field.
I think it was William White, linebacker, dropping back with that.
That is William White,
Yeah.
the junior linebacker. Good coverage from him going
Really
down
was.
the field right there.
Getting a lot of depth and had a safety on top of that one, but getting underneath it, getting his hands in there and knocking it away.
2nd down. Dale tosses it up. He has a man, but he sails it out of bounds. Looked like Turner got some space there, but that would have to be a pretty precise pass.
Yeah, trying to go for the home run ball there and just probably a little bit ill-advised here. They're trying to control the clock here and try to make sure the Scots don't get any more snaps. We've seen the Scots score pretty quickly here in that last series, especially with about 25 seconds. So, again, 3rd and 10. Scots got 2 timeouts left. They get a stop here and they can use one of those timeouts if it's a running play and get the ball back.
Dale on the keeper, breaks the tackle, finds some space, turns it upfield. He's to the 30, tackled out of bounds. Scott's made initial contact, but Craig Dale not giving up, now in Scott's territory.
Yeah, they had him bottled up, and he was able to break free and with a nice run. And now they're in scoring position, and the whole thing is flipped now. They really got a chance. You see that kind of breaks through that line of scrimmage, outruns a couple of Scott defenders, and got to get off blocks downfield. But again, Wranglers are in business here inside the Scott 30. 41 seconds to play, and they have one timeout in their pocket.
Dale lines up on this first down inside the Scots 30. A quick pass. Looks like a miscommunication there. Routes a little too close together. Brings up a 2nd and 10. 38 seconds left. This Republic title second quarter.
Yeah, I think Dale's feeling a little pressure right now. He's getting rid of that ball as quickly as he can. He knows that the Scott defense is coming after him. They're pinning their ears back, and they're getting that pass rush going. Right now, that's probably why that run was so successful. They're running. They're trying to get after the passer, and that kind of opened an alley up there for Dale to do it. You might want to see that again. They do have a timeout or throw the ball, so they've got a chance to run. Their big plays have seemed to come in the running game.
Scott's crowd near that line. Craig Dale launches it over to the sideline.
Oh, I thought Rourke was wide open on that one. I thought he was going to catch that one and run to the house with it, but I don't know what happened. He just lost it in the lights or something. But let's see what happened. He kind of runs the out route. Looks like an out and up, but he's right there for the play, and maybe just too high for him. I couldn't really tell, but man, it sure looked like he was going to take it to the house. But a miscommunication again, and back in this 3rd and long situation with 33 seconds to go now. Uh-oh.
Dale keeps that one, but immediately hit. That's William White again, breaking into the backfield. So we've seen William White in pass coverage. Now with the run stop there, that brings up a 4th and 14 as the Wranglers let this clock tick down here in the second quarter.
Yeah, I really think the Scots ought to burn one right here just to force a kick of some kind. They've already blocked a PAT, excuse me. Their punt snap did not look solid, so they're going to run it down and let them try a field goal. So interesting decision right there.
Scott's up 32-14 with 2 seconds left in the second. Two seconds left here in this Republic title second quarter, as the Wranglers will try to get a field goal, making it a 15-point game if they are able to get this field goal. Got to talk about William White real quick. That's a tongue twister, by the way. William White, number 98, the Jack linebacker for the Scots. The junior, 2 tackles last week. Had a huge tackle right there behind the line of scrimmage, but really impressed with him in pass coverage. It's really important for these outside linebackers to obviously play in the run game, but they've got to be able to run with some of these receivers, and really good stuff there from William White, the junior, on that drive.
He's one of the better athletes playing in that outside linebacker position, which is a very difficult position to play in the Scott defense. He's getting more snaps, and of course with Mason Gallus out for tonight, resting up a little bit, everybody kind of goes up a notch. So seeing William White a little bit more. We've of course seen Pierce Shelby in the starting role over there, and again, they got a great chance here to get a stop.
No field goal attempt.
No, they're going to probably throw the Hail Mary here, see if they can get something.
Craig Dale tries to escape pressure, but he does not. A great second effort there by Jack Curtis. Sack brought to us by Sloan Investments. Jack Curtis ending the half. How about that second effort there, Coach Clark?
That really was. I thought he was going to be able to slip through there, and Jack reached those big mitts out and brought him down. Good job, and again, coming away with couldn't even throw that to Hail Mary there, but good job by the Scott defense to tighten up there down inside their own territory and turn them away. So that's a big stop there for the Scott defense.
An eventful first half, to say the least. We will recap all of the action during the halftime show brought to us by Madden Asset Management. We're going to send it to a quick break, and after that, you will watch the Highlander Band and the Highland Park Bells, and then David Clark, Jeremy Beeling, and myself, Will Washington, will bring you the Madden Asset Management halftime show. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. Scott's up 32-14 over the West Mesquite Wranglers at the half.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Infiniti.
Highland Park High School proudly presents the 2021 Highland Bells. Lieutenants from left to right are Greer Dunstan, Devaney Duclos, Ava Tiffany, Chloe Walsh, and Neely Womble. For your halftime entertainment, the Bells will perform a hoop routine to Stand Up. Attention back. The bells are under the direction of Mrs. Shannon Phillips. Assistant director is Mrs. Emily Sanchez.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas, and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
From the excitement of Friday Night Lights to the thrill of the Texas State Fair, traditions are what unite us as Texans. For over 2 generations, Davidson Bogle Real Estate has had the privilege of carrying on the tradition of brokering land transactions across Texas. Whether you're looking to score an investment opportunity, buy a ranch, or lease industrial space, Davidson Bogle Real Estate is the foundation to get you started. Land is our business, so let us help you build upon Texas tradition. Visit us at db2re.com to kick off your land search today. And as always, go Scots!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium here in Mesquite, Texas. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. This is the Madden Asset Management halftime show. Madden Asset Management, global capabilities from the people you trust. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark and Jeremy Beadling. And guys, the Scots really in an eventful first half did a lot of things really well, starting with the field position, really helped their offense and defense. And Brennan Storer looking really good, taking advantage of it so far, really playing clean football this week, Coach.
Yeah, he's doing kind of what we hoped he would do, completing some short passes, letting those dynamic receivers and running backs acting like receivers make big plays for you. And he's doing a lot of things with his feet, too, which has been a fantastic asset to have. He breaks the containment, and he looks for plays, and he's actually scored a couple of touchdowns himself. So I think this has been kind of to plan. That one big play by the Wranglers kind of kept them in the game, that pitch and catch that Dale did to Turner that really kept them in the game. And the Scots have done great. They haven't been stopped yet. So it's just a matter of keeping their offense and keeping the pedal to the metal and not letting McKinney North, you can't be thinking about that. You got to keep scoring because this team is very dynamic on offense.
And Jeremy, you were down on the field seeing all the action. Tell us what stood out to you down there in this eventful first half of play.
So, the Scots, they have on their whites tonight. And something that I noticed, not to toot my own horn, but the offensive line has played incredible today. I haven't seen one scuff mark, not even a pellet on Brennan Storer's jersey tonight. Have y'all seen him hit the ground once? I don't think so. And that, along with, as we said, field position, Jack Stone booting out of the end zone. We have John Rutledge coming out for the Scots, bringing up to like the 30-35 yard line each time. Even though West Mesquite is outgaining the Scots in total yards, the Scots have done better with the field position they've had, and their defense has bent but not broken this so far this half.
So a lot of highlights to look at from this half. Let's roll them and see some of these plays from an eventful first half here at Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. Brennan Storer keeping it on the option, showing what he can do with his legs early, Coach.
Yeah, that's that lead option, and it's designed to have a little pitch to the running back, and he's got a lead blocker, but Storer kept it himself. And here's a nice run, a little quarterback draw, designated run right there, and he has his lead blocker in front of him, and he ends up taking it to the house. Real nice run, showing a little speed there from Brennan. 2
rushing touchdowns for him. There is the blocked extra point by Beedrill. Blake Bevins going all the other way, Jeremy.
Yeah, and like Coach said, it looked like he was about to get tackled around the 50-40 yard line. High Step was able to avoid the tackle, and big 2 points right there for the Scots.
This is the safety. Great stuff from this Scots defense. That's Harrison Walton on the tackle, Coach.
Yeah, leading the pack, and that was a series of plays that we saw a lot of hats to the ball, you love to see that as a defensive coach.
John Rutledge with a 60-yard return right here. This is why they did not kick it to him much after this return. And then Christian Reeves untouched into the end zone there for the Scots.
Yeah, you love that great field position after that safety. You got a dynamic return man, and he sets you up in business. Watch Jay Cox go to the house. This is the 2-minute offense that lasted 25 seconds. So it went to the house, but it only took them 2 plays and 25 seconds, and Jay Cox making 2 catches in that 2-minute offense of 25 seconds.
And we really liked what we saw from Brennan Storer throughout this half. Did a really good job just taking what the defense gave him. And in that situation with 2 minutes left, be really easy to force a ball, try to get one downfield, but saw Jay Cox running into the flat, just gave it right to him. So really looking calm. And that's what you have to do in this offense, is just get the ball to whoever's open, because you've got playmakers that can make plays in space.
There's no doubt about that. You know, you hate to call him just, somebody that's doing a job, or somebody that's driving the truck, but that's really what he's doing. You got dynamic playmakers at every position around you in the skill, and as Jeremy's been pointing out all night, you got a great offensive line. So feed them and feed those running backs and spread the ball around and do what you need to do to be successful tonight.
This is the Madden Asset Management halftime show. Scott's up 32-14 over West Mesquite here at Memorial Stadium in Mesquite, Texas. We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back for some stats from the first half and keys to the second half. You're watching Highland Park Football, presented by Game On Sports.
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
If you're looking for the definition of service, I'm sure Sewell's name is in the dictionary of service.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the Hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium here from Mesquite, Texas. Highland Park is up 32-14 on the West Mesquite Wranglers. This is Scott Football presented by Game On Sports. And this is the Madden Asset Management halftime show. Madden Asset Management, global capabilities from the people you trust. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark, Jeremy Beadling. Guys, let's talk about some of these first half stats. Let's start with the team stats. So West Mesquite actually outgaining Highland Park, but largely due to field position. 247 total yards for West Mesquite, 235 total yards for Highland Park, 120 from the air for West Mesquite, 142 through the air for Highland Park, 93 rushing yards for Highland Park, 127 rushing yards. West Mesquite. So even with this field position situation, West Mesquite doing a pretty good job moving the ball, but Highland Park also capitalizing on their opportunities.
And the Scots staying balanced. Will, I think that's important too. They're staying very balanced. They're running the ball well. Great play calling by Coach Allen as usual. That quarterback draw to Storer, giving some rushing stats for our quarterback. Short passes. We talked about that in the pregame show, that you don't have to hit a home run everything. You've got great receivers. You've seen what happens if you just complete a short pass. You can turn it into a big play. So, and I think what you said, field position has been huge. The Scots have really had great field position in this game, and the flip side of that is the Wranglers have not had very good field position, so that's where that little bit of disparity in yardage.
Yeah, they've started on, caused them to start on their 12-yard line, their 4-yard line, really doing a good job. And Jeremy, that starts with the Scots special teams that's just been excelling tonight in extra points, kickoffs, kickoff returns. They're really showing that in that phase of the game, you have to take them very seriously, especially heading into this playoff push here.
Oh, of course. And, you know, one of the best coaches of all time, Bill Belichick, always says special teams is one of the most forgotten phases of the game. You know, everybody wondering what's going on offense, what's going on defense. But as you see, the Scots, they're winning a lot on special teams tonight. Jackson Stone keeping them inside their own 25-yard line, 20-yard line on kicks. And then on the other end, we have Rutledge being able to return it to around midfield. And as you said, you know, the Wranglers have outgained the Scots so far, but it doesn't show that on the scoreboard because the Scots are just starting out with amazing field position every time on offense.
And Sam Heinrich really automatic as well. Got to give him some credit. Coach Clark, what were you about to say there?
I was about to say, don't forget about that great punt by Brendan Storer. It's the only punt the Scots have had, and it pinned the Wranglers back and ended up coming out of that with a safety, as I recall. So, again, those good special team plays lead to points, either by field position or returns on their own, but it's definitely a big, huge part of the game of football.
It's huge. When the Scots are at their best, they're competing for state titles, they're playing good special teams. So really good to see that from them in this game, playing well in all three areas. Let's look at some individual stats. Coach, you're going to like this one. We talked about it in the pregame. We wanted to see Brendan Storer have a very efficient night. 9 for 12 so far, 75%, 142 yards, 1 touchdown. And so far, let's see here, he has thrown it to 5 different receivers. So doing a good job spreading it out, taking what the defense gives him.
Yeah, you got to love that. And again, he hasn't really thrown the ball deep downfield yet, which I think is great because they're playing a deep cover, the cover 3 a lot of times, and rolling a safety up, and there's underneath open, and the guys are open, and Brendan's reading it, and he's making the right call, and he's getting the ball to the guys, and they're breaking some tackles and turning them into some big plays. So he's doing what he needs to do to be successful.
Guys, let's talk about Jay Cox real quick here. Some of his stats, his receiving stats: 3 receptions, 88 yards, so just under 30-yard average. He's got a touchdown for the Scots in the receiving game. So really a threat out of the backfield. And Jeremy, let's talk about that for a second. When you have a guy that you know can run the football, but you can also use him in the receiving game, that is a huge, huge asset to use in this offense.
Oh, of course. And as you said, you know, a lot of the times on passing plays, the forgotten man usually is the running back out of the backfield. Whenever you have sure-handed guys like Cox, like Reeves, help me out here, Crowsdale. Whenever you have those sure-handed running backs, it really gives an extra threat and helps the quarterback out tremendously because he knows, hey, my options downfield aren't there. I can still get a 20-yard gain by dumping it down to my halfback.
Good stuff there from the Scots. They deferred, so they will receive to begin this second half of play. Coach, what do you want to see from this offense as we get ready here for the second half as they start with the football?
I'd like to see we just keep doing what you're doing, and we've just been talking about it. Run the ball, make good decisions at the quarterback spot, let your big play guys run after the catch, and go down and score. And it could be the kind of thing that you get a score here, you get a stop, you get another score, it's good night. So it's really going to be a good start to the third quarter. Is going to be very important to the Scots. Remember, in McKinney North, we were in a similar situation, and they kind of let off the gas pedal, and before you know it, McKinney North was back in the game. So the Scots have really got to stay locked in, and I'm sure they're talking about that at halftime.
And Jeremy, as we get set for the second half, the sun has all gone down. A cooler night here from Mesquite, Texas. Why don't you tell us about the weather? This is the New York Sub weather report. Scots and Subs, a winning tradition since 1974.
And, you know, Will, I was a little bit worried. I have my nice game on jacket tonight, but it actually isn't too bad down there on the field. The wind has subdued, and it's really kind of a light 60, low 60, high 59, you know. It feels great down there. It feels like a perfect day for Texas, or a perfect night for Texas high school football, and a perfect night for Scott football.
Thanks, Jeremy. That's the New York Sub weather report. This has been the Madden Asset Management halftime show. Scott's up 32-14. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back for the second half kickoff. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports.
Since 1912, Vista Bank has proudly supported the Texas tradition of Friday Night Lights. As the winningest program in the history of Texas high school football, the Highland Park Scots know what it takes to win. Whether you're with the team, in the band, a cheerleader, or a bell, Vista Bank applauds your sacrifice and your commitment to the winning traditions of Highland Park football. Time to make your move, and we know you will because tradition never graduates. Vista Bank, people first.
I drive a Sewell. It's not a marketing gimmick. It's not a ploy. They take owning a car, maintaining a car, and they make it easy. And it's how they set themselves apart. Your experience is seamless, no matter the city, no matter the department. It's the same, and it's great. I'm not moving anywhere that there's not a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium from Mesquite, Texas. I'm Will Washington here with Coach David Clark, Jeremy Beedling down on the sideline. Highland Park up 32-14 over the West Mesquite Wranglers as we get set to kick off this second half. Alex Perry sponsoring this third quarter. And we are underway with a short kickoff. That one is caught by David Meaning, senior receiver. Might see him a little bit tonight as well. Kickoff brought to us by Davidson and Bogle. Davidson, Bogle Real Estate. Land is our business. And Coach, Scots have been in the business of efficiency on offense, and Brennan Story looks to pick up right where he left off there.
Yeah, hopefully he stays patient and stays committed to his reads and get the ball to these playmakers. You know, Will, it's funny the effect that John Rutledge can have on a game. They don't want to kick it to him, and now they've kicked it short, and Scott's come away again with great field position.
Christian Reeves with a physical run on first down.
That's that dart play again. I get a kick out of that because we used to run that years ago when you'd see more four-man fronts, and they're pulling the backside tackle. That time it was Lawson Petty pulling all the way across the line, turning upfield, and you got your right tackle kicking out, and it's a great play against a four-man front. We just don't see a lot of four-man fronts anymore.
2nd and 5. Storr drops back, throws it over the middle into double coverage, almost caught. John Rutledge looks like he will draw pass interference there. So somewhat of a dangerous throw, but Scots are going to get rewarded for it here.
No, they might. That's true. They may get away with it, but again, you're throwing. We've been praising not throwing the deep ball, and then all of a sudden, second play of the third quarter, we throw into double coverage and got lucky to get that one back, but got a break with the interference. And again, that's a tough call right there. Must have been somebody coming around the backside because it looked from our angle that it was somebody coming on the backside of that. It sure was. And
looks like Javante Jordan there making some contact.
Yeah, that's
like you're saying.
But be patient, Mr. Storr, please.
The handoff goes there to Christian Reeves. Moves ahead for the Scots first down. Scots leaning on their ground game and doing it effectively.
Yeah, again, nobody touches him till he's 10 yards down the field. A real nice, look at that run inside. And again, he's hard to bring down. He keeps those legs churning, those knees coming high, and and he hits that hole really, really fast. And that's why he's been so effective on the goal line, too, this whole season.
Andrew Morales playing center for the Scots. Charlie Wilson, 2 good blocks right there. Another handoff. Good cut by Christian Reeves. He's got a lane. He's going to take it in. But a flag on the field. We'll have to see what this one is after that touchdown run by Christian Reeves.
Boy, it really was. And again, the hole just opened up, and Christian just turned on the jets, and again, nobody touched him, but it looks like it's coming back.
That is a hold on the receiver. Jackson Heiss there trying to make a block on the outside, so that will negate the touchdown. Scots will get a longer first down play here behind the chains.
Yeah, it's one of those point where the foul occurred, so you get a little bit of the gain out of it, and then the penalties. So he was way down the field trying to make that last block and got called for a hold. That's a tough break for the Scots and tough break for Christian Reeves, who had made a real nice run.
Let's talk about that offensive line, just opening the C right there for Christian Reeves to make a cut through. He doesn't need much room, but when you give him room like that, he's going to make you pay for it.
He's had 2 runs and hadn't been touched until he's 10 yards down the field on either one of them.
Storr tosses it into the end zone. That is incomplete. He was targeting Jackson Heiss on a go route.
That's kind of a neat thing right there when you get a guy that negates a touchdown with a holding penalty, and instead of being mad at the kid, you're going to give him a chance to make a touchdown. Let's get a little love in the end zone, and that could have easily been interference right there, as the defender had his back to the ball, and it looked like he ran right into Jackson when he turned to try to catch it. So that's a break there for the Wranglers, I think.
Handoff for a short gain as we now are in the Shelby American Red Zone. Our replay is brought to us by New Balance. Preston Center location is locally owned and a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. 1st and 10 now. Scots looking to add to this 32-14 lead early in the second half.
Yeah, again, a nice drive. Just keep doing what you're doing. Run the ball. They haven't stopped the running game yet in this, especially in this drive in this third quarter. So I'd say keep feeding these running backs. Let that big O-line do their thing.
Stretch run play. Jay Cox trying to find some room, and he does. A nice cutback for Jay Cox. He takes it into the end zone again. Touchdown, Highland Park.
Man, that whole left side of the line on that stretch play did a great job. Give Lawson Petty and Gannon Gobert, Andrew Morales all credit for getting out there, getting on their guys. And Jay gave a little ground, had to kind of outrun the contained guy, and was able to then cut back and find a real nice crease for a real nice run. A lot of good things happening on that stretch play.
Jay Cox showing what he can do in the passing game and the running game as Sam Heinrich lines up for the extra point. The referees blow the whistle. Offsides called on West Mesquite. Half the distance to the goal. Highland Park lines up to kick. Sam Heinrich's just been automatic. I mean, ever since he started coming in last year, you got to be impressed with his consistency.
He really has, and you remember last year, the PATs were a real problem. We struggled with them mightily until he came in and kind of fixed everything. It's the timing's been good, the snaps have been good, the hole's been good, and he's been good. So it's been a nice combination, and you kind of check that box and say we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Drills that scoreboard there. Scott's now up 39-14. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard national title. We're going to check in with Jeremy Beadling down on the sideline for this Willow Bend Mortgage Sideline Report. Your home for a way better mortgage.
Thanks, Will. And obviously, like you were saying, on that stretch run play, there's 2 options for the running back. He's looking at the edge, and if the lineman can set the edge, he's going out. But as you saw on that play, Jay Cox, he looks over, he sees the cutback, and he goes back in. Easy touchdown for the Scots.
Thanks, Jeremy. Great stuff from Jeremy down on the sideline, doing a really good job. Got to give a shout out to Coach, to Spencer Bell, who's the snapper. You can't have kicks like that unless you've got a really good snapper. So the consistency between Spencer Bell, Sam Heinrich, really paying off. And those guys don't always get a lot of credit, but that's really important if you're going to be a championship caliber football team.
You're absolutely right, and it takes all parts of it. They got to have good protection. You got to be very disciplined in your protection for those, and that's just been, that was a problem last year. I mean, maybe we forget about that a lot, but extra points were a real problem, real struggle for the Scots to convert those, and they've certainly fixed that in a big way.
Jack Stone kicks it deep. That will be fair caught on that Davidson and Bogle kickoff. Really great special teams for the Scots. We keep talking about it, but you can't really harp on it enough, because if you're going to make a championship run, you've got to have good special teams. We've talked about it in these two games where you might be playing against teams that are a little lower in the district. You can't take those weeks off mentally. You have to use every single snap. And talking to some of the players this week, they talked about how they wanted to use these games as an opportunity to become the best team they could become playoff time.
Yeah, now you get a little empty look out of the Wranglers here.
A new
Run that
look
tight
here.
end down the middle of the field. That's what they're.
And he is wide open, and that one is completed. The new look fools the Scots defense. One play. That is a touchdown.
You know, Will, I saw that coming. I saw some film on them, and they ran that exact play, and that tight end kind of sneaks down the middle of the field. I know if I saw it, I know the coaches saw it. I know they told the kids about it, and that's one that they, check give that one to the Wranglers for coming up with a good call, a good play at the right time, and boy, nice answer as the Scots started to pull away a little bit.
Coach Clark calling that play before it happens here from the press box as that extra point goes through. Kensington Vanguard extra point. Now 39-21. Coach, we're going to take another look at this touchdown pass that you talked about. Talk us through what you're seeing here.
Well, we caught it right after they'd shift. They were in a two tight end set, and they shifted to an empty Twins look, but their tight end on the right side of their offense stayed tight, and you get lost in there sometimes. You're in there to block, and all of a sudden you run a little simple post route. The two safeties have to go cover the doubles on the outside, and that's probably a middle linebacker or an OB that's responsible, depending on what the call was on defense. But you got to stay with that guy. That's your man, and you get caught manned up because the other four guys in the secondary have responsibilities on the Twins to either side. So it's a great play call and kind of caught the Scots. I know they saw that play all week long in practice. So that's one of those things that is tough. You remember I mentioned last week about, I loved watching, last week they ran that B-Go and Shark, which is a back coming up through the B gap, and that's so hard for our defense to cover. And that was kind of a similar situation where that tight end kind of ran right down the middle where the secondary's got other obligations.
So much of it too, you're getting these playmakers on linebackers, which is tough, as David Meany gets another kickoff, taking it all the way to the other side. He is stopped around the 30-yard line. So good play calling. And Coach, Scots go down on their last drive, 6 plays, 2 minutes, 7 seconds, 61 yards. And then right there, the Wranglers, 1 play, 75 yards, just a few seconds. That Asser Capital Management drive recap, but some quick offense here as Brennan Storer gets the Scots set up again.
Yeah, and that's something that Coach Leiter just will not tolerate, those big plays. You're trying to, really for the second week in a row, you're trying to take away those big plays, and it just, they were able to convert one, and you gave up a couple of them last week. So you really got to tighten that up and make sure everybody knows their assignment. So
Storer fires it deep. He's got a man. That's complete to Jackson Heiss. Touchdown, Highland Park. This time he got him, Coach.
Yeah, it's like aerial football right now. I mean, one play and drives, but we've talked about those outside guys getting involved in the offense, and that was a great read. He had 3 steps on the defender. He's got man coverage out there. Storer read it. He hit him right on stride, which is a beautiful throw, beautiful deep ball. and Jackson Heist does the rest, outrunning the defense for a quick answer for the Scots.
Jackson Heist, the 6'2 junior. Scots with 2 junior outside receivers. 4 touchdowns for him so far this season. That's his 5th. So Brennan Storr throwing it to all areas of the field. Now pushing it vertically as Sam Heinrich knocks down another extra point with a great snap again from Spencer Bell. Scots up 46-21. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title. Coach, talk us through this touchdown.
Yeah, that just looks like maybe a little stutter step and go, but it was basically a go route, and Storr see him look to the left and then throw back to the right. He probably knew from his pre-snap read that he was going to go to Heist on a deep ball, and that was a good job of moving that safety from the middle of the field to his left side, so it freed up Heist for a nice catch. And boy, it's great to see these outside guys getting involved in the offense. Let's see if they can throw one to Herring out there and let that big dog eat a little bit. So the Scots are clicking on offense, and I tell you what, Coach Leitner is excited to be back out there with his defense. He was not happy, I promise you, on that last one-play 75-yard touchdown. So he is going to come out, and they're going to be fired up and ready to make some plays here.
So one play, 68 yards, following one play, 75 yards. So this is Big 12 style football right here, Coach.
That's a good comparison, yeah. Let's see if the defenses will show up here in a little bit. They're still in the locker room.
Really a wild game when you think about the blocked kick in the first half, some of the other plays, and now these quick scoring.
You don't have a game where you have a safety and you have a 2-point run back, and now you have one-play drives coming back to back, and yeah, it's a lot going on here tonight.
Jack Stone with another deep kickoff. This one will be returned. This one tackle, but the Scots still make a stop. Scots up 46-21 with 9:13 left in this third quarter. We're going to see what this penalty is real quick here. That is a blind side block, so that will move it closer. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. Same exact play, another one-play drive. We've had 3 straight one-play drives. Touchdown again, West Mesquite.
Yeah, if you thought that was a replay, that was not. That was the same play. The Scots didn't adjust to that very well. It's again the same formation, same shift, same look, and tight end down the middle of the field. So that was tough right there.
Let's check this out again, Coach.
Okay,
same look.
Again, you got twins either side, so the safety in the corner have responsibility. So coming off that tight end, it's probably an inside backer, and it looks like he just ran right through him again. It's probably the Mike backer that's got to pick that up, and that's a hard play. And again, it's something that you practice. I guarantee you they practice this play numerous times during the week. So it's a little disappointing that not only did they not see it the first time, they missed it a second time.
This time they get it to TJ Turner, who scored already tonight. Let's check in with Jeremy Beadling, who's got more from the field on this Willow Bend Mortgage sideline report.
And yeah, Coach, you called it. Down here on the sidelines, the Scott coaches were screaming, same play, saying that was the same play that they got burned on the previous time that they were on the field. Looks like the Scott coaching staff and the defense are going to go back to the drawing boards, make sure that same play does not bite them for another time.
Thanks, Jeremy. Great stuff from him down on the sideline, hearing what these coaches are saying. Exactly what you're saying, our old coach here, Coach David Clark, and you were talking about it. Scots like to do that be-go concept, because you can get that running back matched up on a linebacker, and that's exactly what they're saying. So they see this in practice, but just not adjusting to it right now in the game.
No, and again, I know that they worked on this in practice, and I'm sure it's driving them crazy that they've done it not once but twice.
David Meany gets it again, escapes a couple tackles, but gets tackled just north of the Scots 30-yard line. So, Coach, I'm going to give you another drive recap. Here we go. One play, 94 yards. Drive recap brought to you by Astor Capital Management. They're getting a lot of drive recaps. 3 straight one-play drives. This has gotten crazy here at Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, if I were Coach Allen, I'd run the ball just to get things settled down here. Do a running play and try to work on the clock a little bit and let them get that marker board out on the defensive side over there and let them draw it up again and talk about what they're supposed to do, because you're probably going to see it again.
Storr goes deep this time to Herring. Just out of his hands, he withdraws a pass interference call.
I think we got a holding back in the backfield too, Will, so it's going to come back either way, but be offsetting, I think. But I love that, trying to give your 2 outside guys a chance, make a big play. Now, can't get sucked into this big play thing and forget about your game plan, and that's the short passing game, and try to run the ball, use the clock a little bit, and see if you can settle things down. But this should be
it is holding. So it looks like the back judge, according to Jeremy, waved off his flag, but the Scots got called for holding.
Okay.
So now they're behind the chains. A lot happening down there.
Yeah, it really was, and that was a pretty good hold there, to be honest with you. I was watching that offensive line at work there, but just, again, now you're behind the sticks a little bit with a 1st and 20, so chip away at it and run the clock a little bit.
Scots hand it off there. That's Christian Reeves trying to get some of the yards back on 1st and 20.
Yeah, that was that's that sprint draw. Off of that, they've thrown a lot. They really haven't run much sprint out, but that was very effective. And again, it got back half of it right there. So now you got 2nd and 10. So good job, good running play, and the clock is churning away. And this clock's your friend right now if you're the Scots.
Great block there by Grant Gibson coming around. Storr drops back, throws it deep over the middle, little short.
No.
He draws contact. That's an easy pass interference call. John Rutledge, the intended receiver.
Yeah, the dreaded underthrown ball for a defensive back. That is just so tough when you're beat and you haven't turned to find the ball. I mean, that could have been picked if he had turned to see it, because it was underthrown by 4 or 5 yards. And boy, he was open again, and just a little shy of getting it to him. And again, the Scots are going to get a 1st down out of this, so they've overcome a 1st and 20 with 2 plays. So again, they got a chance to keep this drive alive and go down and score and answer that big play again by the Wranglers.
Scott's really getting behind this Wrangler defense right now. We've seen Jackson Heiss do it a couple times. John Rutledge now. Luke Herring there had a little separation, so Scott's really having some vertical opportunities. 1st and 10 near midfield. Storr escapes the pressure, finds some space. Solid gain for Brennan Storr, getting out of pressure. brings up a 2nd and about 5 for the Scots.
Yeah, again, another positive play. It looked like it was breaking down, and Storr keeps his head about him and goes. And I love the fact that he's sliding and getting down and trying to avoid contact. And a lot of bad things happen. You could get your helmet ripped off, which he usually has happened a lot this year. So I'm glad he's getting down. And again, the Scots have a very manageable 2nd and 5 right now. And again, the clock's running. So they got a good chance to capitalize on that.
Storr rolls right. He is met by some Wranglers. He is brought down, can't escape it this time. Brings up a 3rd and long for Highland Park.
Yeah, the whole front 4 of the Wranglers were all over Storr that time. It looked like every single one of them got into the backfield. So no chance really for Storr to do anything that time. And now it's a 3rd and 11. And again, Wranglers are fired up right now, Will. They're pumped up. They got a little positive momentum going. They found a little secret they think to let the Scots try to fix. So big play right here.
Storr tries to get it over to Cox, but that one is deflected. A nice play there by number 17. That might be, is that TJ Turner playing defense now?
I wouldn't be surprised. They're probably getting to the point where they're getting their athletes out there to play. But that's that same play that Storr threw a pick on. That was a pick 6. So got to get a little elevation on that ball. But a good stop by the Wranglers. And they've run 2 plays in this quarter, I believe, and they've scored twice. So they got to feel pretty good about their offense right now. And the Scots are going to give them the ball.
A nice punt inside the 10-yard line. Escaped. A lot of dancing going on. Not a lot of reason. A flag comes on the field late.
You know, that's great effort right there. It looked like there were 3 Scots around the punt returner, and I think all 3 of them missed him, but none of them stayed on the ground. They got up and had another chance at him. And about 5 yards later, they get him to the ground. So great effort on the great coverage that time.
A personal foul called on the Wranglers. We'll take them back towards the goal line. So story of this game, one of them at least, has been really tough field position for the Wranglers. They needed a stop there, but this is going to be a lot to overcome here.
You got the same formation. You got the tight end on the right, and he's running the same route. This time there's 2 Scots on him. So they did adjust. They did adjust, and give the Wranglers credit. They're going to run it again. I love it. They're going to run him again. I thought for sure they'd have something else that they could do off of that, but they ran it again. There were Scots all around that tight end.
There was nowhere to go down the middle of the field there.
They changed a little bit. If you notice, they've got the OBs out here on the outside to help playing coverage there, and then they got a safety still in the middle of the field. So that's a great adjustment by the coaching staff of the Scots.
This time, Dale runs it, and that is one of the things you can see if you look down on the field, is there is some space to run up the middle, and right there, West Mesquite takes advantage of that.
Well, you're running those wide twins, and you really open up some space, and now you've have the OBs out of the box too, so you do have some room in the middle. Undisciplined again. But yeah, you've got some room to have a dynamic quarterback run the ball. I always used to love quarterback draws out of empty, because really you got a 5-on-5 blocking situation when they pull those OBs out of the box. So it's a great situation for you right there if you're a quarterback. So unfortunately, a jump right there. The Wranglers had some momentum, and again, they just got to be disciplined here in this drive.
1st and 15. Dale evades Jack Curtis and hurls it over, but that is incomplete. Intended for Nino.
Yeah, that was a good pressure up the middle, and again, just able to escape a little bit and keep the play alive, and throwing on the run, he one-hopped it to his receiver. So again, the Scots got a chance here. It's going to be a 2nd and long, and
Some discussion on the field here.
Oh,
another penalty called there on West Mesquite. So they're going to have to back up even further and just not helping themselves on this drive.
No, not being disciplined this drive. They had a lot of momentum, and these things just kind of stall your momentum and stall your drive at the same time. So just gotta get that back and be disciplined. And they're back to a kind of a regular look here. They got a different set with again a tight end and 3 wides.
Man in motion.
There's that jet sweep.
But a great play there by Jack Curtis, breaking through his block. Jack Curtis making plays for the Scots defense.
Yeah, I guarantee you they spent some time talking about the jet sweep on at halftime, because that was hurting them in the first half, and they really adjusted. Jack kept the edge very well and was able to contain that and get another tackle for a loss. See if there's another penalty.
More conversation on the field. As of now, it's 2nd and 29 with 5:08 left in this third quarter. Scott's up 46-28. So Wranglers really back where they started on this drive.
Yeah, they really have it, and kind of shooting themselves in the foot right here and just really losing a lot of momentum.
Dale hands it off on the draw play. Not much doing there, so that will set up a very long third down. And Coach, we got to give a shout out to Miles Dunklin, giving us some stats as he watches it. We miss him. We're excited for him to come back. One of the things he's telling us is these are some of the starting field positions right now by West Mesquite. You've got on their own 4, their own 12, their own 6, their own 5, their best starting field positions on their own 25. Really is a crazy statistic.
Yeah, and give them credit for scoring 4 touchdowns and with that kind of field position.
Dale tries the long pass. Is that completed?
I think he caught it.
That is a completed pass. Dale just throws it up there on a long third down. We're going to have to see a replay of this.
Yeah, I think that's T.J. Turner again going up and get it with double coverage. The Scots had 2 guys on. Preston Taylor came over from his safety spot and really made a nice leap for the ball, but it's Turner that comes down with it, and a big play to get out of deep field position by the Wranglers. They're not dead yet.
Making big plays when they need it most. Under 4 minutes to go, but Wranglers trying to make this one interesting. Dale hands this one off. Nice gain on first down.
They got a lot of speed. You know, Dale himself has a lot of speed, but the running backs and the receivers can really move, and they've got a good game plan offensively if they can execute without making mistakes. I mean, they can. Dale has showed he can throw some short passes and be a controlled passing game as well as being a dynamic runner.
So 6-yard gain on first down. Wranglers at midfield. Dale play action, rolls right. That throw misses his target, Corona.
Yeah, again, got him moving a little bit. Again, that was Curtis in his face, so it was hard. He made a bad throw, and Scott's got away with that one. So big third down right here, Chance. Although I'll say this, we're probably getting to the point of the game where the Wranglers are in 4-down territory, but we'll see what they do on this play to see if they can have a close enough chance to feel good about their 4th down opportunity if the Scots stop them.
Wranglers down by 18 as we get closer to the end of this third quarter. Really need points on this drive. Dale busts through a hole. That's enough for a first down. Wranglers now in Scott's territory.
Yeah, nice drive again from deep field position. They've brought it out and running and passing and executing their offense to perfection right here. And again, they're being tough right now on the Scott defense, and it's been tough for them to stop them.
Under 3 minutes to play. Wranglers trying to get the urgency a little bit here in this third quarter.
Oh,
the fumble, and the Scots jump on it. a fumble during the exchange of that handoff. It looks like Daniel Shaver, the nose guard, the one to jump on it. Advantage Healthcare Systems bringing us our turnovers. Tonight, Advantage Healthcare Systems is here to help traumatically injured individuals, whether on the job or in a significant accident. Scott's getting a break there. You see the turnover bucket as we check out this replay.
Yeah, they're trying. Looks like Dale is trying to pull it and keep it himself. And unfortunately for the Wranglers, the ball comes out and Shaver's right there for the big recovery. So Scott's cash in on this one. This will be a big momentum turn right here.
Storr drops back, screen pass to Jay Cox. He's got blockers in front of him, and he gets around him to the sideline. He fumbles it, but picked up by the Scots.
Boy, give Charlie Wilson credit. Charlie Wilson was trailing the play, and he comes up with a football 25 yards down the field. So good hustle play by number 59 there on the screen. He's blocking out front for Jay, and he stays with his block and stays down the field. What a great run by Jay. He just forgot to carry the ball. I think it just left his hand. Oh, it gets poked out over there. I could see that. But give credit right there to Charlie Wilson to come up with the loose ball and Scott stay in business.
Charlie Wilson with a great block down the field there, and then heads up play. Storr play action. Throws it deep to Herring. Incomplete. Scott's trying to go vertical there.
Yeah, and again, that looked like double posts on this side. So Scott's had the double coverage was the inside receiver, and Herring had man coverage and just really couldn't come down with it. Looks like a Wrangler is hurt.
Looks like an injury on the field. Dr. Field Scoville bringing us our injury updates. Dr. Field Scoville in the Carroll Clinic, orthopedic surgeon, fellowship trained in sports medicine, as we hope that this Wrangler in the end zone is okay. Right now, Scott's trying to add to this 46-28 lead, just under 2 minutes to go in this third quarter. Scott's up 46-28. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. We'll be right back after this.
That's the sound of the quickest production sports car in the world today, the Cobra.
So remarkably fast, they soon moved out of range of the camera helicopter.
My name's Carroll Shelby, and performance is my business.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. We're going to check in with Jeremy Beedling, who was down on the sideline, saw that injury happen. This is a Willowbend Mortgage sideline report.
So on the throw right there, we had Luke Herring collide with Dylan Galloway for the Wranglers. It looks like he got the worst of it, hurting his shoulder. He did get up and walk off under his own power, Will.
Thanks, Jeremy. As Storr tosses it this time. He does get the touchdown throw to Luke Herring. Pays off this time. Scott's going vertical here late.
Yeah, that was a nice job at just going right back to the same play. And, you know, you're going to have a substitute in the game. And their thought is that he won't be as good as that starter. And you go right back to that same position. And this one's more like a vertical route, stayed out of the middle of the field. And, again, a great throw by Storr. He looked like he had pretty good coverage. And Storr was able to throw it in a perfect position for Herring to grab it, and then had to really fight for the ball. So good effort there by Herring on the big touchdown there.
Sam Heinrich, perfect on the day, knocks through another extra point. That extra point was brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title. Check out this touchdown throw.
Yeah, just a catch and a throw deep, and Herring has 2 or 3 steps on the new substitute in there, Walker, and he is a perfectly thrown ball, and he has to wrestle him for the ball and came away with it. So good job. And again, you know, you're seeing Heiss and you're seeing Herring back in the mix after being shut out last week. So it's really great to see this happening, and the Scots continue to spread the ball around to all of their talented receivers and running backs. So it's just been really a tremendous display. And again, Storr's making some good decisions tonight, Will. He's really being patient. He's made really maybe one bad throw or bad decision. It really wasn't a bad throw, and he got away with it with an interference call. So I think he's matured. He's doing what he needs to do and drive this bus.
Yeah, I was talking to John Rutledge earlier in the week, and he was telling me that when he began getting a lot of playing time as a junior, it took him about 4 to 6 games to really get confidence. Said he thought the same thing with Herring and Heiss. That's a lot of pressure. You start getting that playing time as a receiver, as a junior, but you're really starting to see them get behind defenses and make really good plays on the ball. So that's really encouraging if you're a Scots fan, as that ball is going to go out of bounds here.
Well, Herring and Heiss are such big targets. You know, you just love to have that size on the outside to really throw those, you know, jump balls in the goal line. But you can see that they both do a great job. Of course, Heiss, a basketball player, he knows how to go up and get a rebound, and Herring's a big, tall kid too, and he can reach up, and they both have good verticals, and they're tough covers when they get single coverage on them. So it's nice to share the ball and have all these guys getting a little bit of the action here.
The Davidson and Bogle real estate kickoff. Land is our business. Goes out of bounds. .147 left. Scots up 53-28 here in this third quarter from Memorial Stadium. Wrangler in motion. A tricky play there. He's got some space. Tripped up as he gets through the first down.
Yeah, a little twist off of that jet sweep again. We've been thinking that they're going to come back to that. That was Javion Jackson with a little reverse off of the jet sweep. So a lot of people going sideline to sideline on that play. A nice pickup for the Wranglers.
1st and 10. Dale drops back, goes over the head of his intended target. That's Nino. Again, brings up a 2nd and 10 as we get near the end of this third quarter.
Yeah, it'd be great if the Scots could come up with a stop. The defense kind of got a gift turnover that last time, but the Wranglers had moved the ball from their own goal line to mid, moving the ball. So it'd be nice if the Scots could get them off the field in a 3-and-out situation.
Dale hands this one off, but immediately met by the Scots defenders.
That may have been Scribner right there in the middle of it all. Good job on the outside by.
Looks like Wilson Roberts get involved there too, a defensive line, the senior.
Yeah, I think so. And he was right there in perfect position, really played his position well. See, kind of getting the edge right there and turning the play in for Scribner to make a nice play.
30 seconds left in this third quarter.
Down the middle of the field.
Dale, that one's picked off. That's Adam Rourke coming the other way. Gets tripped up. Adam Rourke didn't miss that one. Interception by the Scots defense. Great play by Adam Rourke.
Yeah, again, they tried to run that tight end down the middle of the field. The Scots had it covered this time. I give JT Withers a little credit for that one. I think he picked him up and forced to throw it into coverage. And Adam Rourke with the turnover bucket, stuffing that one in the bucket. So good job by the Scots. You can see just kind of looked one time at the tight end, but Scribner does a great job of getting underneath that coverage there, and had a safety over the top and really Dale ill-advised pass threw into double coverage.
An unsportsmanlike conduct penalty will move them even closer. Turnovers brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, which is here to help traumatically injured individuals, whether on the job or in a significant accident. As you see these officials moving the Scots even closer to the goal line. So Adam Rourke in position down there earlier to make a pick, but this time he capitalizes on it. Puts the Scots in position to score here late in this third quarter.
Yeah, I had Preston Taylor over the top, so he had help, and he was able to sink underneath that route and was able to make a nice little catch. It's Crowsdale. I've been wondering where Crowsdale's been of the three-headed monster. This is I think his first carry. I don't believe we've given him a call, but it's nice to see him. He's got some fresh legs and he's ready to go. So that's going to do it in the third.
That will do it here from Mesquite in the third quarter. Scots take a 53-28 lead into the fourth quarter. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Got some new players in here for the Scots as we get set to kick off this fourth quarter. Scots up 53-28. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark. Handoff goes to Crowsdale. Crowsdale bust ahead. He gets in the end zone there. Doesn't even give us time to talk about some of these new guys. Touchdown Highland Park.
Yeah, real nice job. And again, we mentioned we hadn't seen Crowsdale in the early action here, and here in the fourth quarter, he gets in the end zone for a touchdown. So real nice drive by the Scots. It was nice to see the sophomore quarterback out there, Peck, and we've heard a lot of good things about him, and this is going to be an interesting debut for him. We'll see if they give him the fourth quarter here to kind of get his feet wet here at varsity football. So really upside with this young man, and the JV coaches have really been singing his praises.
That's Warren Peck, the sophomore now. That's Warren Peck, the sophomore now playing quarterback for Highland Park, wearing the Tom Brady number 12, known for his big arm. He's a big player, so handing it off there to Ben Crowsdale. Let's check in with Jeremy Beedling for another Willowpin Mortgage sideline report. You're home for a way better mortgage.
So it's an away game for the Scotties here, but it's never an away game when we got the Highland Park band, we have the bells, and we have these cheerleaders right behind me screaming your Scots on the whole entire time. Back to you, Will.
Jeremy getting in on the action there, hanging out with the cheerleaders, bringing the energy on the field. You got to love it, Coach Clark. And the Scots up 60-28 after another big drive there, starting to get some other guys in the game. So Miles Dunklin pointing out to us that is a new season high in points, 60 points, 2 plays, 14 yards, 19 seconds after the big pick from Adam Rourke.
Yeah, turnovers have really been the key here tonight, and great field position. And we've been harping on the special teams. The special teams have been great, giving the Scots great field position, and that's been a big plus for the Scots. They've had a lot of short drives, which might distort the offensive stats when you get to start looking at that.
Jack Stone with another Davidson and Bogle kickoff into the end zone.
That was more like a 2-iron right there. He kind of hit that low liner right there. Stinger, as Tiger would say.
He's got a variety of kicks. We've seen him kick it deep, kick it short, line drives, high in the air. Jack Stone really can be a weapon with the way he kicks the football here as the Scots go down the stretch.
Yeah, we'll see. We've got a few new faces. I would imagine that Coach Leitner may hang on a little bit longer before he starts bringing in some new faces. They got to fix a few things right here and you get off the field. So we'll see how this goes here in this fourth quarter.
Does look like the usual guys out there for the most part. There's a first down gain for West Mesquite.
I think that was William White again out there covering a lot of ground and with Bevins. So getting to play a lot of snaps out there at the OB spot.
Having a really good game for Highland Park tonight. Doing a lot of things. We've seen him in the passing game, seen him in the running game, tackling in space there. 2nd and 6 for the Wranglers. Dale takes it up the middle. Gets stopped short of the first down. That was a nice tackle. Looks like that was Robert Remy. Good tackle by the linebacker.
Yeah, he really squared him up well, and you can see a good patience there by Dale. He sees a little opening, and then a nice job stepping up, making the play.
Fourth quarter replay sponsor is Henry S. Miller. It's now 3rd and 1 for this Wrangler offense. Dale keeps it, gets just enough for the first down. Wranglers keep moving.
Yeah, they found something with that jet sweep, and they've done a few things off of it to really move the football and really done a good job. Got a few new faces. Looks like Ford Hummel's in there, and Judge Ellis is in on the D-line along with Spencer Brown. So again, the rotating the Scott defensive front and really don't lose at all anything. So these guys have really played well and have done it all year.
Brown had a really good game last week. 2 tackles for losses, 2 sacks, 2 quarterback pressures, as that pass is complete for a short gain to Javion Jackson. Brings up a 2nd and 4.
Yeah, this be a good time for the Wranglers just to be patient and try to do a sustained drive and go down the field and get points and show some discipline and really help them feel good going into that last game next week.
Jackson in motion. Dale rolls right. Takes a while to decide. He gets tackled by a bunch of Scots. Brings up a 3rd down.
Real good coverage on the outside that time by a host of Scotties. The corner and the safety and the OB were all in great position to make that play. And yeah, it was William White again getting underneath it, and good job outside. Again, just great job of pursuing and coming off your guy and go making the play on the quarterback. So big 3rd down right here. I know Coach Leitner wants to get him off the field.
Wranglers need 2 yards. Dale tries to draw Highland Park off sides. Looks like they might just take a timeout here. And they do. Trying to draw Highland Park off sides to get the free 5 yards. Highland Park doesn't do it. Scott's up 60-28 here against West Mesquite. You're watching Highland Park football, presented by Game On Sports. Welcome back to Memorial Stadium, Will Washington, here with Coach David Clark, Jeremy Beadling on the sideline. This is Highland Park football, presented by Game On Sports, and this is an Origin Bank timeout. West Mesquite trying to draw Highland Park off sides. Good discipline there by Bobby Leidner's squad brings up a 3rd and 2. Wranglers trying to execute in this short yardage situation, see if they can get a first down here.
Yeah, they're going to look like they're going to do a little compressed set there and just try to power the ball over the Scott defense right here.
Looks like he gets just enough for the first down. This drive will continue. So we've seen some of these drives, Wranglers get some big plays, but also been a couple times the Scots get big turnovers here. Adam Rohr getting his first career interception tonight, being one of them.
Yeah, that's true. They've kind of bent a little bit more than I'm sure the coaches like, but they have created some turnovers and created some great field position for the offense. So it's kind of a little bit of each way here. They need to stiffen up a little bit and see if they can stop and before they get those turnovers a little bit.
Dale hands this one off, and Highland Park flocks to the football. Sometimes it's hard to tell who makes the tackle because so many white jerseys flock into the football there.
Yeah, there is a lot of helmets to the ball, and you can see you kind of stack everything up, and boy, it really looked like, I think it's Scrivener again, and Judge Ellis is right there on the spot.
William Scrivener, really good play
William
right
Scrivener's playing a good job inside. He's kind of a downhill linebacker. You love to see that in short yardage situations like that especially. So
2nd and 9. Craig Dale fires it over to the left. That is called a catch by TJ Turner. He's having a really nice game for West Mesquite.
Yeah, boy, that surprised me. I thought that ball hit, but they're calling it a catch. But yeah, that's a nice gain. Now it's 3rd and manageable here for the Wranglers again.
3rd and 2, fakes the toss. Dale keeps it. Gets enough for the first down and more. Good drive here for Craig Dale in this West Mesquite offense. No doubt Coach Leidner really wanted to sharpen this, get his defense off the field here late.
Yeah, and I tell you what, give Craig Dale a lot of credit. He's playing hard, and he has done a marvelous job running this offense for the Wranglers. And he continues to play hard. And he came in here a little bunged up, so it's amazing that he's been able to be this durable.
Dale drops back. That one is picked off. That is Preston Taylor in perfect position. Preston Taylor gets another interception for the Scots defense.
That's great, and he deserved that. He's had some tough breaks on some, but that's a nice job, and he kept his feet in bounds, and really it was just an overthrow completely, and got to see Preston throw one in, and he can actually dunk a ball, so it's nice to see him dunk it into that trash can. Look at the ball's just overthrown. It looks like it's in the middle of 2 guys, and Preston's right there to grab it.
Makes an NFL catch right there.
Really
Get both of his hands down, and we have seen him dunk in Highland Park basketball.
So that is not. That trash can was way too low for him.
Jeremy Beadling was down there. Let's check in with him for another Willowbend Mortgage sideline report. Jeremy, what'd you see on that pick there?
Now, it looked like the wide receiver and the quarterback were not on the same page, but a great read by the Highland Park Scott defense. And something that we mentioned in the Cavenders pregame and throughout the beginning of the game was that the Scots were really trying to win the turnover battle tonight. And I've seen about 5 dunks here on the sideline, so it seems like they're doing that, Will.
Jeremy, good energy from the Scots on this sideline. These turnovers will definitely do it for you there. So Adam Rohr getting a pick, Preston Taylor adding to it and showing some basketball skills. And speaking of the basketball team, Coach, they're looking to have a great season, but this Scots tennis team, we need to talk about them real quick. They had a very special week.
They sure did, Will. They captured their 22nd state title today down in College Station, and boy, it's incredible. I think that's 6 in a row, and they've just been incredibly successful. Congratulations to Coach Holden and Coach Jimenez, and those guys have just been a real treasure to the school, and they've just keep winning. It's amazing what they do. So congratulations to all of those guys.
Really impressed with their consistency. And then we have to mention the Highlander band as well. We got to see them at halftime, but they have a big week coming up.
Highlander band heads to San Antonio for the state championships, and they go Monday and Tuesday, so we wish them well. They finished second, I think, last year, and I know they have higher aspirations this year, so we wish them well and know that they will represent the blue and gold well.
Under 5 minutes to play in this game. Scott's up 60-28, 4th down.
Well, this is why you got to stay in the game. You know, the punt team usually doesn't have backups, and you've got to stay alert. And Coach Lauder may have to call a timeout. He's got them all out there now.
A good bounce there on that punt. That's going past the 15-yard line as the Scots will down it. A really nice punt there from the Scots.
You know, Will, that's what I've been talking all year about, what a great job Jay Cox has done catching punts, even when he fair catches it, which isn't very often. But that ball hit and rolled 20 yards, and that's 2 first downs if you want to look at it that way, that the Wranglers are going to have to make up now because somebody didn't catch the ball. So those are big plays, and they're little plays, and they're kind of hidden statistic plays, but they really add up in field position.
Scott special teams really gets a big.
They just flipped the field. I mean, you look at where they were, they just flipped the field. So now the Wranglers are deep in their own territory.
Dale drops back, can't find a man, just hurls it deep. This one could be picked again. No, it is caught. So a last-second effort there from the Wranglers gets a huge gain on that first down play. Looks like Scots were in the position there.
That looks like one of those things where you yell P for K right there, where you're just kind of throw it up in the air like it's a punt almost, and just let your athlete go make a play. I think it may be Jackson again coming down with it, number 10, but I could be wrong. But, boy, what a nice gain there to get out of the hole of the shadow of your own goalpost.
Dale hands this one off. Another good gain, brings up a 2nd and short.
Got a lot of new faces in there for the Scots, and they're getting a really good chance to play.
Quick pass there. Scots immediately make the tackle.
Yeah, good job by Beetrell right there, right on the spot. Ball was completed, no yards after catch that time with number 21 right there.
Philip Beetrell doing a good job at corner for the Scots tonight. Dale sends an incomplete pass. Coach Clark, let's talk about some players of the game. There are a lot to choose from. We're going to start on the offensive side of the ball for the HP Youth Football offensive player of the game. HP Youth Football preparing tomorrow's Scots today. Coach, you got a long list of guys you can choose from. It's a tough decision. Who do you want to take for your offensive player of the game?
There is a long, you're right, there is a long list of players that you could pick for this one. Man, I tell you what, I know it sounds like we're bringing a lot of the same names up, but they keep playing so well. But I think I'd go with Jay Cox, and that's going to be interference, I think. Yep. Jay Cox was pretty dynamic and made some runs after catch and made some runs himself. I think he's done a great job. I think Storr's had a good game and his nice bounce back game for him. It was good to see Heiss and Herring get on the board, and gosh, this is one of those games, Will, that you could pick anybody and it wouldn't be a bad pick. So Christian Reeves has had another good game. So I'll tell you what, I'll just go with Jay Cox. Throw out a shout out to 6th period U.S. history with Jay Cox.
Shout out to 6th period U.S. history with Coach Clark. Turn in your homework. 13 yards rushing for Jay Cox, 1 touchdown, and then this is really the stat you're talking about. 4 receptions, 111 yards, just under 30-yard average and a touchdown. So really dynamic in both the passing game and the running game as we have more laundry on the field. Coach, let's talk about a defensive player of the game. Similar, have a lot of guys to choose from. This is the Briggs Freeman Sotheby's defensive player of the game. Your neighbor knows the neighborhood. Coach, this is a tough one. There were some good performances tonight defensively, a lot of turnovers. Who you got tonight for your Briggs Freeman Sotheby defensive player of the game?
Again, there's so many guys that played well, and I'm just going to throw some guys. Jack Curtis has had another monumental game, and Adam Rourke with a turnover, and Preston Taylor finally getting a pick. That, and you could just go on and on about these guys. Even Shawver coming up with a turnover himself, but I think I'm going to go with Adam Rourke. I think he's really had a good game, and he missed that one interception that he probably feels bad about, but he came back to get one and made a nice return with it. So he's played great all year. He's been really a shutdown corner for the Scots, and has really played great all year. So I think I'm going to throw Adam the bone, but it could have gone to anybody. A lot of guys really stepped up tonight.
As we see a great play there by William Scrivener.
He's another one that's played well. Scrivener's played well.
Really?
Remy's played well.
These linebackers, really good stuff there. But we're going to go Adam Rourke, which I totally agree with. Well, we got to talk special teams, and if there's a night to talk about special teams, this is the one. This is the Mark Clifton Holmes special teams player of the game, trusted builder of exceptional homes as Dale rolls out, completes it right over the middle. A lot of special teams plays today, Coach. These are hard decisions. Who you got, though, for your Mark Clifton Holmes special teams player of the game?
Again, this is the hardest game I think we've had. I think I'm gonna throw one. I'm gonna just to throw some nominees out there. Brendan Storer, that little pooch kick that he had that bottled the Wranglers up, and that was great play. You got the weapon of John Rutledge back here running back kicks so bad that they kicked the ball out of bounds so that he doesn't do it. You got Jack Stone continuing to kick the ball out of the end zone. But I tell you what, I'm going to go with Sam Heinrich, because I think we're taking extra points for granted again, which is what you're supposed to do. And Sam Heinrich has made that possible, because he is Mr. Automatic, and he has done a great job doing that. And I'll give it a little assist to Spencer Bell, the snapper, and of course John Rutledge, the holder there. But our extra points have really become expected again, like they should be, and that's really great to see for our special teams work.
This is an Origin Bank timeout, and I love that pick, Coach, because you're right. It's easy to take them for granted, but earlier in the season last year, they struggled with them. But the amount of consistency, and you see it, I do sideline most of these weeks, you see Sam Heinrich and Jack Stone, they're constantly practicing on the sideline.
Yeah.
They have to be in this consistent frame of mind. So, yes, in a game where Phillip Beatrell's blocking a kick, Blake Bevins taking it back, good punts, all this, I agree with you. I think that we got to give a lot of credit to that.
And really, like you said, those are great plays. I mean, the block by Beatrell and the finish up there by Bevins on the scoop and score, that would be that was very impressive. So there's a lot of things, and I'm just going to throw Sam the bone. I think, I mean, you and I know last year we were playing great, we were winning games, but we couldn't make an extra point to save our lives, and he has come in and just kind of steadied that ship. So give him a little recognition. I'm sure the coaches will, some of those great plays, they'll recognize those kids on that.
That pass is incomplete. That'll be a turnover on downs, bringing up the Scots offense with just 51 seconds. And Coach, one more here. These are tough decisions tonight. We've got the Riddle Plumbing play of the game, home of honest quality, great customer service, and proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. A lot of plays to choose from in this Riddle Plumbing play of the game. Anything stand out to you for that one?
There's so many. I guess for its rarity, I think I'll go with Beatrell blocking the extra point and Bevins picking it up and scoring, because you really don't see that very often. And I just think that's such a momentum turn right there. The team scored, and then all of a sudden it's a real downer because you just gave up. Of the 6 points you just scored, you just gave 2 of them back. So I'll call that the play of the game. But again, there's so many choices you could have. I thought, Jay Cox's run after catch was fantastic, and he did it several times. And so, I mean, and the pass to Herring comes away with one, and to Heiss on a deep ball. I mean, there's all kinds of plays of the game. But I really think that block kick was kind of special to see that.
You really don't see that every day. Scott's just dominating on special teams. And that was a way we got multiple special teams players shout-outs. We got the play of the game.
Yeah,
we got the special teams player of the game. And, Coach, with that, this win, the Scots clinch a share of the district title. It's their 54th, so they lead all-time Texas high school football. So really a big accomplishment, obviously trying to get it outright as this clock will hit 0. The Scots defeat the West Mesquite Wranglers here tonight, 60-28 here from Memorial Stadium. Will Washington here with Coach David Clark. Jeremy Beedling will be getting ready to interview Coach Randy Allen. I'll be heading down trying to get some player interviews, a lot of players to choose from. So Scots get the win tonight, 60-28. Coming up next is the Banditos post-game show, the official HB Scots post-game headquarters. When you're ready for something beefy, cheesy, and a little bit greasy, come to Banditos Tex-Mex in Snyder Plaza, HB's official post-game headquarters. Jeremy Beeling will be down with Randy Allen. I'll be down there for some player interviews. Scots win 60-28. Stay tuned for the Banditos post-game show. This is Highland Park Football, presented by Game On Sports.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
It's not a marketing gimmick. It's not a ploy. Your experience is seamless. I'm not moving anywhere that there's not a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
We're back at Mesquite Memorial Stadium, where the Scots have clinched a district championship here tonight with a 60-28 victory over the West Mesquite Wranglers, a game which went back and forth and had a lot of big plays in it and was very exciting for us to call up here. And I'm sure that the Scots were ready for something like this, a real dynamic action going on. The Scots were able to kind of right some wrongs as far as the turnover wagon, which they were able to fix a little bit, created a lot of turnovers themselves, and was a real nice thing to see. Let's look a little bit at the stats in this game. If the Scots came away with 18 first downs to West Mesquite's 24. A lot of that had to do with field position as much as anything. Scots gained 434 yards. West Mesquite with 595. Had some big plays in there. Scots rushed for 175 yards and gave up 201 yards. Committed 4 penalties for 40 yards. West Mesquite really did a poor job on penalties with 13 for 102. So some of the individual players for the Scots, Brendan Storr had a solid game. He was 12 of 18 for 259 and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And we'll throw it down to Jeremy down there with Coach Allen for his post-game interview.
Yes, sir. You ready, Coach Allen? Yeah. I've got Coach Allen, guys. Are we ready? Great. Coach Randy Allen, congratulations on another district championship. West Mesquite was tough tonight, but you all had a lot of success in the air with Brennan throwing for over 250 yards and 3 touchdowns, including 2 to Herring. Tell us a little bit about the success of your passing offense tonight, please.
Well, they were playing pressed up man on us, and so we need to make our guys a threat vertically to get them off of us, so we were intent on doing that. Jackson made a touchdown catch and Luke made one, so that's good for our offense. And then both inside receivers had big plays tonight, so we're excited that we had some success offensively, and our defense got better. You know, we gave up some big plays there on some gadget plays, but we got better as the game progressed.
Coach, often one of the most forgotten phases of the game is the special teams, and the Wranglers had some pretty tough field position due to y'all's kicking game and special teams game. How important is that not only for the team but for the defense, setting them up inside their own 20-yard line?
Well, you know, if you look at any chart, if you start inside the 20-yard line, you got about a 1 in 32 chance of scoring. So the further back you can put them, the better chance you got of having success. So Jack Stone kicking off gives us a real advantage. When they tried to return it, we got them inside the 20. And then Jay Cox did a great job punting the ball tonight. And then Brendan Storr did a good job of quick kicking. And then we got some pretty good kickoff returns early. We didn't get two late ones. We didn't get great field position, but we got the ball outside the 25. So anyway, we're real happy with our kicking game, and we think we got some guys that can go all the way on our kickoff return and Jay Cox on the punt return.
Coach, I think probably maybe the defensive stats, you were talking about the defense a little bit earlier, some of the stats might be a little bit deceiving because you guys gave up a lot of yards tonight, but you also forced the 4 turnovers, and I think the 4 turnovers had a huge effect on the game.
Oh, yeah, turnovers are big, and it's really important. You know, that first turnover Jack got early, Jack stripped the ball.
Right.
That was huge, and that put us up 14-0, I think. But, you know, turnovers are always going to tell the story. Most of the time last week we had 4 turnovers and still won. But most of the time turnovers, you just look at turnovers, you can tell who won the ball game. But our defense did a good job tonight. We gave up a couple of big scores on the gadget plays, and that was disappointing. But anyway, we'll learn from it.
Coach Allen, a couple of weeks ago, the Highland Park fans got to see the depth that you all have on defense, especially with Pierce Shelby. Tonight, at another outside linebacker, we saw a lot of William White, who was in on a lot of plays. Those two guys are great examples, but tell us about that depth that is helping to power your defense this late in this district run.
Well, it allows us to rest our starters when you got quality people in the second backup row, and we do have depth. We're trying to develop depth. We're trying to give guys a chance to earn a position as a second-team guy and rotate them in so our first-team guys can stay rested, especially in the defensive line, but also linebackers. Gallus was kind of bunged up tonight. It allowed us to rest Mason and let a couple other guys get some experience. That's really important.
Coach, it looked like you guys again tonight really responded after they scored. You mentioned a couple of the gadget plays they scored on. You guys bounced back right after that and scored a couple of times on some big plays of your own, you know, as not letting them get the momentum.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, it kind of makes you mad to give up a big touchdown, you know, so I'm glad we were able to come back. You know, you can't always do that, you know. You can't always come back like that, but, you know, they scored one play, we scored one play, they scored one play, we come back and score. So third quarter lasted a long time.
Coach, you have 3 of the most dynamic running backs in the district. How do you manage when to play which running back, when to sit one, when to play another, and who's got the hot hand that night?
Well, Coach Gibbs does the substituting, but all 3 of them have a little bit different strength. You know, Christian's the best all-around. Well, I say best all. He's got the most yardage. Then Jay is the best receiver type, and he's got more yards after catch. And then Ben is a tougher blocker and a tough straight-ahead runner. He's a guy that I think is our good short yardage back.
Coach Allen, congratulations on another district championship 1 week before the playoffs. Will we see anything different, or will your approach be any different for this last week before the playoffs begin?
Well, let's wait till next week to celebrate district championship. But next week's senior night against Wiley East, so we hope a lot of people come up come out to the game and show our seniors how much they appreciate what they've done this football season and throughout their football career. We really want to honor them.
Good job. Congratulations on the win tonight. And from one coach back to another, we'll go back to up to the booth.
Thank you, Jeremy. I think we have Will Washington down there with an interview with some of the top players of the game.
Actually, here real quick. Trade it off here. There we go. That's tonight. You told me a second ago that you think you could have had 3. You were in position. Really good game tonight. How did it feel to get that first pick and really just play good defense from the secondary tonight?
Yes, sir. So JT and Preston, they're giving me, a hard time all week about how I was the only person in the secondary who didn't have an interception. So going this week, I knew I had opportunities. So I had to make the most of them. I missed the first 2, missed the pick 6 at the end of the half, and I missed one early. So at halftime, I was kind of down myself. I knew I was getting their opportunity, and I couldn't miss it. So, I knew the corner route was coming, just sat on it, read it, jumped it. And, it's going to get that dog off my back, so now we're all even.
Yeah, so you read that play really well. So just talk about what goes into the week for you in being able to read these offenses like that. It looks like you were in position just multiple times, so you're obviously doing a really good job identifying the plays. So what are you doing during the week to really put yourself in a position like that on Friday nights?
Yeah, so the coaches do a great job of giving us tendencies, going in the week from Monday morning meeting to throughout the week. Coach Easton, Coach Smith, they do a great job. So like on that play, 2 was on the line, so I knew corner was coming. Just a matter of seeing it, making a play. And the scout team does a great job, giving us those looks in practice and making us work hard. So, it's all the preparation that goes on throughout the week that a lot of people don't see, but it pays off on Friday.
So before we go over to JT here, really good stuff from you guys tonight. One more home game. You got senior night, then the playoff home game. So what do you guys want to do as a defense heading into this stretch run here in the regular season?
Obviously senior night, starters, of course, but you try to rotate as many seniors in as possible because it's one of their last home games. We're going to make it special for them. So get a lot of turnovers going out in the beginning of that game versus Wiley East. Pedal to the metal, get up big, get the seniors in, and that's when it really gets fun. Seeing those guys that have put in the same amount of work as you, but maybe don't play as much. Getting to see them have the opportunity to make plays, that's really special, and that's what makes senior night fun.
So first career pick for Adam Rourke. We're going to go over here to JT Withers. JT, you've been playing really well at safety the past few weeks. Talk about how it's feeling just to get out here making plays as you've been getting your shot here on Friday nights.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, I wasn't slated to start the season, so I've really been blessed, and I'm really grateful that I've been able to come out here, play every game so far, and it's an honor, really. I feel truly blessed. Yes, sir.
Talk about these guys around you. You guys seem like you got really good chemistry as DBs. You guys mess with each other. You have a lot of fun together. So just talk about what it's like in that DB room, just playing with these other guys.
It's a lot of fun. Preston and I, we were giving Adam we were talking trash a little bit, how he hadn't forced a turnover yet. So I'm glad he got one, but it's really fun. It's really lighthearted. I really love our coaches, Coach Easton and Coach Smith. They do a great job of teaching us, correcting us, but also letting us loose and have some fun. And I think it's just a great environment, our position group.
So heading back to Highlander Stadium, you got 2 more games there, playoff game 2, but senior night, technically next week. For you, how's that going to feel playing in front of that home crowd on senior night?
It's going to be fun. I mean, it's going to be bittersweet, a little bit sad that, my time at Highlander is coming to an end, but I think it'll be a fun one. I'm really hoping to see some guys get in, as Adam said, that haven't really got in this season, so I'm looking forward to that game.
Okay, last question. You guys, big road win. What are you guys going to do tonight on the bus to celebrate this one?
I don't know, maybe sing along, do a little singing, dancing, playing some music, so I don't know. It will be, I don't know, honestly. Probably some dancing, karaoke maybe.
JT, karaoke, singing. We can't wait to see it. Adam Rourke, JT Withers. We're going to toss it over to Jeremy. He's with Brennan Store, and then I'm going to interview 2 junior receivers.
Literally passing it over to me here with quarterback Brennan Store. And I got to ask, starting out the game, 2 rushing touchdowns today. How did that feel? You're the quarterback getting it done on the ground.
It felt great. I think I really got the chance to get an open field this game, and so far this season I haven't really gotten a lot of chances, and it felt great to finally break open, start striding it out and get in the end zone.
And Brennan, I don't know if you knew this. Not only are you one of the offensive players of the game, you're also one of the special teams players of the game on that quick punt. What were you thinking whenever you kind of coffin cornered that punt inside the 6? Were you like, oh, just as planned, right?
Yeah, it might be weird to some people, but I punt every day actually in practice, so it's good. It pays off. I do it literally every day. I take lots of reps, so it's just whatever, and I'm actually pretty good at punting. So
giving Stone a run for his money, huh?
I mean, I might go in next week. We'll see. I don't know. See what Coach Allen wants, whatever.
Also, something that I noticed this week, obviously had some turnovers last week. The ball placement this week was impeccable. It was amazing. Hitting receivers in stride, getting guys open, and putting the ball where only your receivers could get it. Was that one of your points of emphasis this week, kind of protecting the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I got to give credit to Tyler. I think a lot of people sleep on, their DBs are, that's the best secondary I think we might play all season. If you go into the playoffs, they're really, really talented, a lot of raw talent, and, we didn't have much separation, and, I should have taken some air off some balls where, there's games where I can do that, and against Tyler, they were just covered, but tonight, our receivers did a great job getting open, and, Herring and Heiss, and, everyone had a big night, and, yeah, I mean, I didn't really focus on ball placement. It's what I do. Just last week, just kind of, they played a good game.
District title, playoff berth in your first year as the quarterback for the Highland Park varsity team. What does this mean to you, leading this team, being one of the leaders for this team, having such a great season going into the postseason and going into senior night?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Just momentum-wise and morale-wise, we're feeling good on that side. But that's kind of what's expected. I mean, I don't expect anything less than that, and job's not done until we got a ring. So,
hey, congratulations on the win tonight, and can't wait to see you for next week in the postseason.
Sir, appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to my boy Will.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, I'm here with two junior receivers. Let's face this way so we can kind of get to the camera here and make sure we get the good audio here. So we're here with Luke Herring, Jackson Heiss. Both of you guys got in the end zone tonight. Luke, we'll start with you. How did it feel to get that pass in the end zone, get behind the defense there?
It felt great. That was the plan. Coach Allen wanted to show the deep threat, and we did. Came out after halftime, and both me and Jackson got deep touchdowns, which is really great.
You've been talking to me. You've been wanting to get behind the defense now, so you guys are really starting to do that. What do you think about your quarterback, Brennan Storer, really pushing it vertically and getting a lot of different guys involved tonight?
I mean, he's always been good at the deep ball. I mean, that's one of his specialties, and having that is just a huge threat. And also him with his legs is amazing.
I was talking to John Rutledge earlier this week. He was talking about you guys, how he also started as a junior. He said it took him 4 to 6 games to kind of get confident. Do you feel like you relate to that? I mean, at what point in the season do you feel like you really were clicking? Because you guys are really clicking right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as the weeks go on, the chemistry is going to get better. And I think, this year, pretty much by week 4, the whole offense is pretty locked in and ready to go and put up points.
One more for you, Luke, before we get over to Jackson here. Is there a competition a little bit between you guys, two junior receivers, trying to get touchdowns? Talk to me about that dynamic a little bit here.
Maybe a little bit, but, as long as we come out on the win, that's all that counts.
That's where it starts. Luke Herring, touchdown tonight. We'll go over to Jackson Heiss, another junior receiver. So you got behind the defense a couple times. Of course, 68-yard touchdown to show for it. So how did it feel for you to get that deep vertical pass into the end zone there?
It was fun. Brendan put it right on the money. We practiced it every day, and it was great. I don't often run, like 70, 60 yards, so it was.
I mean, you guys last week ran for nearly 270 yards, wanted to be a little better in the passing game. Tonight it was really crisp. When this offense is firing on all cylinders like that, talk about the kind of offense you guys think that you can be as you get into the playoffs here.
Our offense entirely is really hard to stop. We usually open up with a run game, and once we establish a good run game, like we scored 2 first touchdowns by running it, it opens up the pass, and then we're just throwing we're doing whatever we want after that, basically.
So I got to call your games for basketball last year wearing the number 23, big number. Now we've got 85 here. So talk about how does your time playing basketball help you here as a receiver out playing football for Highland Park?
I think basketball, more like any other sport, helps you with like any sport you play. And so just quickness and like being able to make reads helps you in any sport, especially football, when you're playing against defensive backs.
Last one for you. Last road win of the season here as you guys get set to stop the regular season here at Highlander next week. What are you guys going to do tonight to celebrate this one?
Probably go to some Whataburger, you know. Me and Luke will go to Whataburger, maybe Brennan. Yeah, get some good burgers.
We'll ask the Miles question. This is for you, Miles. What's the go-to order there tonight?
Double cheeseburger with a bacon.
There we go. Luke, what about you? What are you getting tonight?
Probably the same thing. Maybe number one. I don't know. We'll see when we get there.
There we go. Luke's going to roll with it. Jackson knows his order. Luke Herring, Jackson Heist. You guys can go ahead and head to the locker room. Congrats, guys, on the win. For all of us here at Game On Sports here at Memorial Stadium, I'm Will Washington, Coach David Clark in the booth. Jeremy, phenomenal job on the sideline tonight. Our truck did an incredible job behind the scenes, putting all the replays. Trevor Van Dam doing the camera right here. Thanks for joining us here. Scots get the 60-28 win. Is that the right score? 60-28. Highland Park gets the win. This has been Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports. We'll see you next week, Friday night at Highlander for senior night. Good night and God bless.